First of all, give honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he, giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, chief of chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you that talking about forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Makam.
It's a good thing to give thanks unto God.
That's right.
It's a good thing to give thanks unto God. And when you're giving God your thanks, that's a person that's appreciative. That's a person that appreciates the good that God has done for them.
That's right.
And you can also show your appreciation of the good that God did for you in your actions. And the only way to show God your appreciation of the good that God did for you is to comply to his laws, commandments, and statutes. We have to comply, we have to conform, and we have to agree to the Creator's laws, commandments, and statutes.
Mm-hmm.
We have to conform, comply, and agree to the ways of God. You know, there's a way that God wants us to be. Do we really understand that there is a way that God wants us to be? Do we understand that there's a mentality that needs to acquire to be accepted of God? We don't understand that, right? There is a mentality that needs to be acquired to be accepted of God. We cannot be accepted of God moving on our own accord. We cannot be accepted of God moving according to our own ways. We cannot be accepted of God moving to our own likings or because you don't like it. I don't care what you don't like, man. You think I really care about what you like or what the people like? You know what the only thing that we need to start acknowledging? You know what counts? And when people realize what really counts, then it will start, things will begin to change in our lives. We need to learn and understand that the only thing that counts is what counts with God.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that counts. What counts with God. So now when we realize what counts with God, then we will change our mindset towards certain things to comply with God's mindset. We will change our ways our filthy, dirty ways to comply with the ways of God. That's it. See, the laws, the commandments, and the statutes of God, like my father always said, always. He said the law, these laws is like a two-edged sword. The laws don't have friends. The laws of God doesn't go by emotions. It cuts even the teacher and the person speaking on it. It cuts everybody. Now, what do you do when you're cut or wounded? You seek the physician. You go for a Band-Aid. You get alcohol. You get all these hydroperoxide. All these treatments to clean the cut. medicine. You're sick, God said, first thing you do is seek the Lord. That's the first thing God said. Before I seek the physician, the doctors, anybody, he said, seek the Lord. What happened to that king that sought after Baal-zebub? Zebub meaning the fly god. They had a god of flies. And the king sought after the god of flies. God to heal him in his sickness. And God said, because is there not a God in Israel? He said, you try it. There's no God in the nation that you have to seek after another nation's deity. He said, therefore, he said, you ain't gonna come off your bed. You hear that? He said, therefore, you're not gonna be healed from your sickness. So there's a God. We have to now. My point is, when you're sick, you seek for healing. We have to come to terms with ourselves. We are sick. Every last one of us in here are sick. I'm sick. You sick. We all are sick. But only a person that's willing to change and get better, improve, do good and increase and improve with God is going to acknowledge this sickness. You ain't going to get better with God if you don't acknowledge that you are sick. You're not going to get better with that. You're not going to get better because you're not acknowledging that you're sick. I'm sick. And the only thing that's going to heal me, I have to conform. I ain't perfect. I don't conform and agree with everything in this book. Me. Because if I did conform, I'll be perfect and upright with God 100%. I will be whole and complete with God 100%. Therefore, I don't see no one that is whole and complete with God. So no one agrees to God, to these laws 100%. We have certain laws in here that we disagree with. Yeah. Oh, I agree with everything. Well, why you ain't doing it? If you agree with everything in this book, why are you not fulfilling the laws? Why are you not fulfilling these things that we read about here? So in order to be healed, in order for God to heal you, you got to acknowledge that you're sick. You got to acknowledge that I need help. I got to acknowledge that I have fault in me. I acknowledge that I violated. People have a problem acknowledging their fault. So therefore, they're not going to improve with God. You're not going to improve. Before I go into Numbers 15, I got an excellent point to prove in Jonah. We're going to go to Jonah chapter 4. All right? Jonah chapter 4. Jonah chapter 4 is between Micah and Amos. Oh no, Obadiah. During the prophecies. Micah and Obadiah. Let's go to Jonah. Jonah chapter 4. That's my little nephew name, Jonah.
But it displeased Jonah exceedingly, and he was very angry.
It displeased Jonah exceedingly. And what?
And he was very
angry. I'm gonna do a brief rehab on the whole thing here about Jonah. God told Jonah to go to Tarshish. No, to go to Assyria. And show the people over there their transgressions. Right? Told him to go over there. I'm going to read it over again to you. Stay where you at. Right? He said, go to Nineveh, that great city, and cry against it, for their wickedness has come up before me. You see how God works? Before punishment, there's warning. Their iniquities has reached the limit with God. Your iniquities will reach a limit with God. Before God punishes you, he gives you warning. He sent a person to warn you, or you may get a warning. But if I don't hearken to the warning, then the punishment will be set forth. Will proceed. So Jonah was supposed to go to Nineveh to cry against the city and show the people their wickedness. Jonah decides to go to Tarshish on the ship. Basically, he felt that they wasn't worthy. But you know what God said? Now, I'm not going to give this story. What I'm about to say is in chapter 4. Okay? Now, he went on the ship. He wasn't supposed to go on that ship to Tarshish. And the Most High sent a great what? A great wind in the waters. So now, the sea is in an uproar. Ship rocking, swaying back and forth, jumping. So Jonah goes in the bottom of the ship. He goes to sleep. He said, man, I know I'm the cause, and I know who's doing it. He said, I'm going down in the bottom of the ship, and I'm going to sleep. So everybody that's on the ship, they started crying out to their gods. They go down there, they look, they found this guy here in the bottom of the ship. He said, yo, man. He said, how are you able to go in the bottom? I'm going to read it here. He said, well, the Lord sent out a great wind into the sea, and there was a mighty tempest in the sea, so that the ship was like to be broken. He said, then the mariners were afraid and cried, every man to his God. All everybody that's on the ship cried unto their God. Started throwing things off the boat to lighten the boat, thinking that was the problem. They didn't know what the problem was, right? He said, but Jonah went down to the sides of the ship to lay down. He went fast asleep, right? So the shipmaster went to him and said, what meanest? He said, what you out here sleeping for, man? He said, arise, get up, call upon your God. It may be so that God would think upon us and we perish not. And they said everyone to his fellow, come, let us, boom, boom, let me go to the point. So they asked Jonah, he said, what is your occupation? From whence comest thou? Where you came from? And what is thy country? And of what people art thou? Look what Jonah tells him. He said, and he said unto him, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the Lord, the God of heaven, which had made the sea and the dry land. And the people got afraid. You know what the people did? They went, took him, and threw him off the ship. Because he was the problem. He disobeyed God, started going into a different direction. God told him to go to Nineveh, cry out against the city about their wickedness. What cry out mean? Show the people what they're doing, that they are wrong. That's what prophets, priests, leaders, heads, officers. I'm not going to look. Leaders, real leaders and heads and officers is not going to tell you things to pacify you. I look where the sore is, and I'm going to tell you the sore. I'm going to tell you the sore and where that sore came from and how you can heal from that sore. So now check it now. Now I'm going to go back into the chapter. Now, mind you now, remember what I told you. Go ahead, read.
But it is Jonah, chapter 4. But it displeased Jonah exceeding, and he was very angry.
He was very angry. Read.
And he prayed unto the Lord and said, I pray thee, O Lord.
Why he was angry was because when Jonah went to tell the people about their wickedness, guess what the people did? The people fasted and put on sackcloth. And they turned from their wicked ways. They turned from their wicked ways, right? He said, yea, let them not. He said, but let man and beast be covered with sackcloth. This is a declaration of the people that Jonah went and warned. It said, and cry mightily unto God. Yea, let them turn everyone from his evil ways, from the violence that is in their hands. Who can tell God will turn and repent and turn away from his fierce anger? And that's what God did, because the people changed. The people turned away from their wickedness. And because they turned away from their wickedness, God repented of the evil that he was going to do to the people. So now Jonah is angry now. He's angry. Right? Go ahead. Verse 2.
And he prayed unto the Lord and said, I pray thee, O Lord, was not this my saying when I was yet in my country? Therefore I fled before unto Tarshish. For I knew that thou art a gracious God and merciful.
He said, didn't I? He said, man, you see what he told me? He said, was not this my saying when I was yet in my country? Therefore I fled before unto Tarshish. I knew this is what he said, that's why this is the reason why I left to go to Tarshish, right? He said, if I knew that are a merciful, a gracious God, merciful, slow to anger, and of great kindness, and repentance thee of the evil. Jonah ain't want to go over there and warn him. Jonah wanted to destroy. He said, man, destroy them. He wanted God to destroy them. But God said, no, I'm not going to wipe them out like that. He said, this is a people. Go ahead. I ain't gonna jump the gun. Go ahead.
Therefore now, O Lord, take, I beseech thee.
He said, therefore now I beseech thee, take my life.
My life from me. For it is better for me to die than to live. Then said the Lord, doest thou well to be angry?
You think you're doing good by being angry? You think you're doing good by being angry? Which means, man, sometimes we get bent out of shape and get all emotional and get angry, and God looking at you like you're a fool. He said, man, why are you sitting there being angry? He said, what you angry about? That's basically what God is telling him. Why are you angry? What are you mad about? God did it. We got to be careful with the things that we get angry and tight about. Because God turned around and looked at you a little. We ain't nowhere near these saints and these people in the book where we will get into a conversation with God where God will tell you and zoom in on you and tell you, why are you angry? We ain't going to know. We ain't gonna even know if God found it. We don't know. Too far away. We too distant. We too set apart. So God went to Jonah and said, what you think you're doing good by being angry? Go ahead and read.
So Jonah went out of the city and sat on the east side of the city, and there made him a booth and sat under it in the shadow till he might see what would become of the city.
He went, sat under a booth, still tight, didn't even answer God, turned away, sat under a tree, sat under a booth, and sat here and just looking at the city, waiting to see for something to happen. Because he didn't believe that the people was gonna change. He didn't believe that the people was gonna change towards God. But one thing we need to realize, only God, see. So we ask the question now. God knows the heart of man and the ways of people. God knows if this person will change. And God knows whether this guy will change or not.
Or whether it's sincere or not.
Or whether it's sincere. Are you going to change in the sincerity of your heart? The ones that had that sincerity in their heart, then I will come to you and show myself to you. How do God show himself to you? By revealing to you his laws, his commandments, his statutes. So, like I heard my brother say yesterday, sometimes God hook people up with certain people for a reason. Because I know you're going to change. Sometimes God may hook you up with this person, and then the person don't change. That's just to give you a chance. So you can say, well, you can't say I didn't know. You know. But God know you ain't going to change. But listen, you know. It's a reason why he showed you. It's a reason. Go ahead.
And the Lord God prepared a gourd.
Prepared a gourd. A gourd is a plant, read.
And made it come up over Jonah, that it might be a shadow over his head.
Right, because sun is beaming. Put the gourd over his head to cover him from the sun, a little shade, read.
To deliver him from his grief. So Jonah was exceedingly glad of the gourd.
He was happy for the gourd. Look at the ways and the righteous. Go ahead, read.
But God prepared a worm
God prepared a
when the
worm.
morning rose the next day,
Mm-hmm.
and it smote the gourd
Uh-huh.
that it withered.
Smoked the gourd and it withered. Read.
And it came to pass when the sun did arise
Uh-huh.
that God prepared a vehement east
East
wind,
wind.
and the sun beat upon the head of Jonah
Uh-huh.
that he fainted
Fainted.
and wished in
Wished
himself
to die.
and said, "It is better for me to die than to live."
Uh-huh.
God said to Jonah, "Doest thou well to be angry for the gourd?"
You hear this? The man is angry that the gourd been eaten up for a worm. God said, you didn't put no work for this gourd. You didn't put no work in for nothing. But you're angry that is not there to cover you from that sun. That's the righteous mind. The mentality of a righteous mind. I don't have to put work in something for me to care for it. I don't have to put work into something for me to care for it or feel a certain way about it. The man cared about a gourd that what? He said, what?
Doest thou well to be angry for the gourd?
Uh-huh.
And he said, I do well to be angry, even unto death.
Even unto death, read.
Then said the Lord, Thou hast had pity on the gourd.
You had pity on the gourd.
For the which thou hast not labored.
You ain't worked for it.
Neither madest it grow.
You ain't make it grow.
Which came up in the night and perished in the night.
Uh-huh.
And should I not spare Nineveh, that great city, wherein are more than 6,000 persons that cannot discern between their right hand and their left hand?
Okay, now that's the key there. That cannot discern between their right hand or the left, which means they don't know what is good. They thought what they was doing was good. How are you able to discern between good and bad, evil and righteousness? When you know God. When you know these laws, now you are aware of what is good and what is evil. Now you are aware of what is acceptable by God and what is not. Now you are aware of a type of train of thoughts and the mentality, the way we are supposed to be thinking. Go ahead, go to Numbers 15.
Numbers chapter 15.
Right.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come into the land of your habitations, which
Numbers 15, verse 25.
Verse 25.
Verse 25.
And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them.
And the priest shall do what?
Shall make an atonement.
Make an atonement
for all the congregation of the children of Israel.
For all the congregation of the children of Israel. And this was the position and the job of the priest. The high priest made atonement for our iniquities. The priest was the one that made the atonement for the nation of Israel. Now we have no way of getting rid of iniquity. And the only way there are ways that we can get rid of iniquity that we read about. One of them is the honoring of your father. Make atonement for sins. Another one is he said mercy and truth. Mercy and truth. Make atonement for sins. He said giving alms. Make atonement for sins. And being that we don't have a high priest to make atonement for our iniquities, we need to utilize these three avenues that God gave us for a way out, to relinquish and get rid of sin. Because notice, iniquity, sin is spiritual. And when I violate these laws and transgress and sin, you know what gets burdened down? My spirit. My spirit gets burdened down. You can't tell. You're walking around, you say, I feel good. But your spirit is crushed and burdened down. And when your spirit gets burdened down and crushed, then guess what happens? Guess what happens after that? You begin to pull away from God. You begin to pull away from what is lawful and right by God. Why are people so stubborn? People are stubborn and they refuse to accept to refuse to accept that they are wrong. Why? Because we are set in our own ways. We're set in our own ways. Look, the book said, he said, you think you could change the leopard spots?
So the leopard changes.
Can the leopard change her spots? No. He says, so a person that is accustomed to doing wickedness and evil, a person that's accustomed and that was trained to think one way, you think they're going to change their thinking pattern and their ways to suit not me, to suit God. To suit God. Look, man, we say certain things. There's a word that brings death. Remember that. We can bring death to our own self just with our words. Just with our words. Just with our words alone. Because your words that you're saying out your mouth is contrary to what God says. You got to look at people and say, man, how can you say such words? You know why people can say such things and do such things? Because they don't believe the book. They have not left off from their past. They still believe Jesus Christ is God. They still believe that Horus, the Egyptian god, controls the sun. But when God visited Egypt and he put darkness upon the whole land of Egypt, I guess Horus couldn't bring that sun out. There was no light. The only place that had light was Goshen. You know who inhabited Goshen? The children of Israel. The nation that God so loved. Yeah, that's the nation. That's God's firstborn son. That's the nation that God loved. Israel. But we find it very hard to believe these things in this book. You know why? Because we're blocking ourselves. There's a block. There's a wall in front of you. There's an invisible wall in front of you that you cannot pass. Remember in Hosea, the Most High said, he said, I will hedge up the way. He said, I will hedge up the way so that you can't find your way back to me. Why would God say that about such a person or about a people or about a nation? Why? What did you do to offend God to cause God to push you away like that? There is something that we did in our lives that caused God to push us away. There is something that we did in our lives that caused God to build that wall so that we can't penetrate and get to God. There's something we did in our lives, but yet people still don't think. People still continue to think in the same pattern that they want to think. People still continue to walk in the same ways that they want to walk. Keep it up. Keep it up, because you know what? One day, there's going to be a day where, let's go read. Read. I ain't going to go there yet. Go ahead, read.
And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation.
The priest shall make an atonement for who?
For all the congregation.
For all the
Of
congregation.
the children of Israel.
Uh-huh.
And it shall be forgiven them.
Uh-huh.
For it is ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
And they shall bring their
For
offering.
what?
For it is ignorance.
For it is his ignorance. It's an error. It's an error. Nobody could say it's an error. You know, God, we have good and evil in us. Are we aware that we have good and evil in us? But we choose to lean towards the evil. We choose to lean towards the evil. And this is what God tried to prevent, because he gave a strict command to Adam. He said, of every tree that's in the garden, he said, thou mayest freely eat, but the tree that's in the midst of the garden, he said, don't eat it and don't touch it. And the day that you eat from it, he said, thou shalt surely die. He said, man, you're going to die, man. Don't eat it and don't touch it. The serpent approached Eve. He said, man, did God say don't eat from every tree in the garden? No, God didn't say that. But he put that out there because he wanted her to say it. He said, no, God didn't say it, but he said the tree that's in the midst of the garden, thou shalt, he said, don't eat it and thou shalt not touch it. He said, but God knows that in the day that you eat from it, he said that you gonna be like unto God, knowing good and evil. At that point in time, these two people that God created only knew good. They didn't know both sides, but God gave them a choice. See, we serve a God that don't force you to do nothing. I ain't forcing nobody to do nothing. It's your choice, whether you want to come this way or not. But when you decide not to come this way, now I know how to deal with you. Now I know how to deal with you, and that's for everybody. Male, female, everybody. I know how to deal with you. I can't deal with you in the matter of law because I'm not going to deal with you in this matter. I know how to deal with you. So now we have both sides of the coin. We know both sides. We know good and we know evil. And that's what made Eve a God. So you're going to be like God, knowing both sides, knowing good and evil. She desired that. She wanted it. And she ate from it. When she ate from it, she gave it to Adam. Now God is approaching. He said, God is approaching and walking in the cool of the day. How were they able to discern and pick up that God is walking in the garden? They didn't hear no footsteps, but they felt his presence. They felt his presence. Certain things that you could look for and know, well, man, God is here. God is here. Like the time I was in the courtroom. And he said, man, it was a voice that came in his right ear and said, man, listen, when the judge take his eyes off of you, get up and leave.
Before he heard the voice, he got very hot.
Yeah. Next thing, he turned around, look. The cops by the door. Ain't nobody whispering in his ear. But he just heard that voice. Next thing, the judge go to sleep. Everybody go to sleep. Him and my mother walks out the courtroom. Nobody stopped them. You gonna tell me that's not God? You gonna tell me that that's not enough to serve this God? He didn't experience this serving JC. He didn't experience this serving that white dude on the cross, whether he white or black. People say, oh, he's a black man. Or people say, oh, he's white. No, he's fiction. He's fiction. He don't exist. Forget about it. The gods of Egypt, because people become Egyptology. People deal with African deities and African gods and my people. No, we not the same people. Not all black people is Israel. Not all black people are Hebrews. There are three nations of people that occupied the world after the flood. Noah, Shem, and Japheth. Okay? Shem is Shemitic, and he occupied Asia. Ham occupied Africa, migrated into Africa afterwards. And Japheth went up into Europe. How they got so light was because of the weather climate. Their hair got thinner, lost melanin. Esau is Shemitic. Esau is not the white man. Edom is not the white man. Edom and Jacob were brothers. He was just a black red man. He was just red with red hair, very hairy. That's it. But people don't know the history, and they look at, I don't know why our people, your people, ain't my people. our people. The man just ran down the block, beat up an old lady, snatched her pocketbook, and that's your people.
And that's your people.
You serious? Come on, man. Stop, man. Stop. That's not my people.
Come on, man.
God said, my people shall hear my voice, a stranger will not follow.
Bill
So-
Cosby is not our people.
Exactly. Bill Cosby, Michael Jordan, none of them is my people. Because what God says stands. He said, my people shall hear my voice. A stranger will not follow. We cannot determine what nation we are today. I can't look at you and say you're a Canaanite. And you can't look at me and say, oh, you're a Jebusite. Oh, you can't look at him and say, oh, that's a what? We can't determine that today. We don't know. Because we've been mingled up. Mingled. And God gave us a fair warning. God gave us a fair warning. The first thing God told us to do was to destroy those Hamitic nations. Destroy them. Destroy the Canaanites. Wipe out those 7 nations that's greater and mightier than now. And then you have people that ask questions, well, why would God tell us to destroy people and wipe out innocent? They wasn't innocent. These people had characteristics and ways that God hated. The Canaanites and these nations liked it, bestiality, incest, orgies. They ate dead animals. Died of itself. They did a lot of things that God hated. Burn their kids in the fire. So their iniquities has risen and overflowed the cup. So God said, listen, wipe them out. Wipe them out. We didn't wipe them out. We went into covenant with them. We went into covenant with the same nations that God told us not to do. Married into them. Mingled the holy seed. And this is what brought us here today. Tom, see?
Numbers chapter 15, verse 25. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children
So now,
of Israel.
what I came to the conclusion is God makes excuses for those that sacrifice for his laws. Whether you're a Moabite or not. Look at Ruth, the Moabitess. She sacrificed her family. Naomi told her, listen, I don't have any more sons in my womb. And if I do get pregnant, are you going to wait for my son to get older to marry him? She said, it grieved me for your sakes. That's a woman. Look, the woman mentality in this book, their mentality was way better than the men's mentality today. She said, it grieves me for your sake. She said, go on back. Go on back. You know what Ruth told her? She said, your God is my God. My people, your people is my people. When you die, I'ma die. That's declaration. Sometimes it takes declaration. You gotta voice certain things, gotta be voiced. Not just, I'm doing. No, let's voice this because I know your past and I know where you came from. I need to be sure whether you're gonna be jump the fence and go back and forth. Make declaration. Curse that deity. Defile that name, that deity's God. Show God who you with. Because you're coming from a lifestyle that you've been living for a very long time. For a very long time. You see what God told Abraham? He said, all right, now you got to show and prove who you with, Abraham. He said, leave your family. He said, leave your descendants, leave your kin folks, leave your family, because your family is going to detour you away from doing this. They don't want to do this. He had to leave Nahor. Haran died. He had to leave him. The only one that had the same mentality and the same mind state was Lot, the man's nephew. Lot. And he treated him like a son. And notice that Abraham was so humble that, yeah, Abraham was his uncle, but he still gave him the choice. He let him choose first. He said, well, I'm your uncle, man. I got first dibs. I'm uncle, man. Sit down, man, relax, man. I'm going over here. You go on the other. No, he think that way. That's the mentality of the men that God chose. Whether I'm status over you or not, man, you choose. The righteousness in you will let the man choose. That's what God did. That's what Abraham did, Man, his own nephew. He said, you chose where you would go. Lot look. He said, man, over there look like it's full of water. Gave Abraham the dry spot. Abraham went off to the dry area. He went over to the water spot. But the water spot where he went into was Sodom and Gomorrah. And they was destined for destruction. Go ahead, read.
And it shall be forgiven them.
And it shall be forgiven them.
For it is ignorance, and they shall bring their offering.
Because you don't know. Which means God don't punish you for something that you don't know. But we cannot ride on that no more because we know. That's why God hooks you up with that one, because he wants you to be aware of certain things. He wants you to be aware of who the true and living God is. So now you know. Go ahead.
And they shall bring their offering.
Bring their offering.
A sacrifice made
The
by fire.
sacrifice
unto the
made
Lord.
by fire. You know when the sacrifices came about? When iniquity came in the ranks. When we started sinning, we had to start bringing up sacrifices. Peace offerings. Before we send up a peace offering, we got to send up a sin offering. Then we got to send. The peace offering was to make peace with God. What do you mean? Why you think it's called a peace offering? This is what pacified the anger of God. You don't see sometimes the indignation of God's wrath start to spread out. Dudes got to, the priest got to start making up concoction to appease his anger. To appease God's anger. We ain't got nothing to appease his anger. Which means God's been angry for how long? For how long? Read.
Verse 26. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger that sojourned among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance. He
said, and it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger that sojourn among them. The strangers that sojourns among you are the strangers that decided to serve God. Decided to serve God. Go ahead, read.
And if any soul sin through ignorance, then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for that soul that sinned ignorant, when he sinned by ignorance before the Lord, to make an atonement for him. And it shall be forgiven him. You shall have one law for him that sinned through ignorance, both for him that is born among the children of Israel, and for the stranger that sojourned among them. But the soul that doeth aught presumptuously. In the Hebrew, it says the soul that does with a high hand, that sin with a high hand. You know what a high hand is? A high hand means having or showing no regard for the rights, concerns, or feelings of others. And when you don't have no regard for the right concerns or feelings of others, you can't do the law. Because in order for me not to steal from you, I gotta regard you. In order for me not to say certain things to you, I have to regard you. So you don't regard my feelings for what you told me. You don't regard my feelings for what you did to me. You don't regard my feelings for the actions that you did to me that was completely wrong, and you refuse to accept that you was wrong. But there's only one side where one person is regarding one, but it ain't, no. Not because you don't regard me, I'm going to start disregarding, because it make me the same like you. You could keep disregarding God, because that's what you do first. First, we disregard God first. First, we violate God first. That's number one. Okay? Now, when you look into the definition of a high hand also means arbitrary and overbearing.
High hand, to have a high hand, Beyond Rahman means arbitrary and overbearing. Arbitrary means is when you act without thought. When you move without thinking. Okay? When you move without thought of what is fair or right. What I'm doing, am I right in this action? Should I do this? Am I right in this? We gotta think before we move. He said, done without evidence. You do things and act without truth, without evidence, without seeking out the matter to find out if my actions of what I'm about to do, is it done on facts or evidence? And if it's done without evidence, means your thoughts went off first. Okay? Overbearing, unpleasantly, or arrogantly domineering. Now, what domineering is when asserting your will over another in an arrogant way. That's what domineering is, overbearing. Go ahead, read.
But the soul that doeth all presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger.
What verse you at?
Verse 30.
I see, go ahead. The soul that doeth all presumptuously, whether it be born in the land or a stranger.
The same reproach the Lord.
The same reproaches God. The word for reproach is migadef. Come from the word gadef, right? Gadef means insult and blaspheme. Okay? Insult and blaspheme. When you insult God, how do you insult God? What are the things that we do and say when we insult God? When we insult God, it means to treat with insolence. We're going to go into insolence before I go on with the definition. Insolence means insultingly contemptuous in speech or conduct. I can be insulting in speech, and I could be insulting in conduct, in my actions, right? Also means boldness or impudent. Now, okay, the next one was indignity. Indignity is treatment or circumstances that cause one to feel shame or to lose one's dignity, right? An action that offends against a person's dignity or self-respect. Okay? Now, what is dignity? The state or quality of being worthy of honor or respect. That's God. He's worthy of honor. He's worthy of respect. He's worthy to be praised, right? Now, and also with men, we have dignity within ourselves also. Supposed to have dignity, because dignity is a personal quality of being worthy of honor, worthy of esteem. A man with dignity has self-control. If you don't have no dignity with yourself, then those are people with no self-control, because the dignity in you will allow you to move in a certain and conduct yourself in a certain way or manner. Okay? Now, the word contempt. What is contempt? The feeling that a person is beneath consideration. We don't consider God. We don't consider the ways of God. We don't consider his laws. We don't consider nothing about God, because the only thing that we consider is ourselves and how I feel and what I don't agree with. And I disagree with that. And I agree with this. I don't care what you agree or disagree with. I care about what I read here and what God says. That's what we need to start caring about. But again, the reason why we don't care about what God cares about is because we haven't fully agreed and came to terms with ourselves to serve God. That's why. Now, the feeling that a person is beneath consideration, disregard for something that should be taken in account for. When you lack respect or fear of something that is usually respected or feared. Okay, Tom Sheet.
The same reproacheth the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his
Now, hold on. Let me hold that right there. Blaspheme It said insult and blasphemy, right? Blasphemy is when you have no respect for God, for the Most High. Okay? And reproach. Go ahead, read.
Verse 31.
Go ahead.
Because he hath despised the word of the Lord.
Because he has despised the word of God. Because he has hated the word of God. To despise means to hate. Go ahead.
And hath broken his commandments.
And you broke the commandments of God. The word for broke or to break, it means is hepad, right? Now, look how the word hepad is. It means to break. It means to violate. It means to void. And to void means to nullify. Now, when you break the word of God, you make it invalid. It's either valid or invalid. When it's something that's invalid, it's not accepted. When it's invalid, it's not accepted. In order not to break God's law, I have to accept it. I accepted that it's wrong to steal. So I'm not going to go in the store and take something without paying for it. But the reason why I go in the store and steal is because that law is invalid to me. It's not accepted. I got to break it down to children's term, kindergarten, for people to understand that the things that we don't accept is invalid to us. It's not important. We don't confirm it and we don't agree with it. So that's why we agree with this over here. But this over here, I don't agree with. Oh, I like this part over here. But yeah, listen, everything that you hear out this book, you're not going to like. Yeah. Everything that you hear out this book, you're not going to agree with. You know why? You know why we don't agree with everything in this book? Because that's the point blank. We're evil. We're evil and we're wicked. To get ourselves out of that evil state and that wicked state of mind, we have a book that God has preserved for us for hundreds and thousands and millions of years. And you have it on your shelf. You have it on your bookcase. But we choose to read science fiction. We choose to read other books, everything else, and be intertwined with everything else except for God. Now it became a fad. And became a style that only on Saturdays you open the book. You think you can work on yourself? Go to the gym once a week. Don't go to the gym 6 days, 7. Go to the gym one day. Is it going to work? Are you going to have any type of development?
You're going to kill yourself.
If you go to the gym one day, just do push-ups, 20 push-ups one day. Is will your chest begin to develop? For the woman, the main thing they do in the gym, boy, every day they squatting. You know why? Because they want their butt to be voluptuous. They want to be able to fit the cup on top of their cardio. So you go every day and work on different parts of your body so it can develop, so you can be sexy and appealing to the eyes. But you're sexy and appealing to your eyes, but your brain is discombobulated. The way you think is twisted. Same thing for men. The way you think is out of control. Out of your mind. Okay? Because we look at God's laws and we break it because it's invalid to us and we don't accept it. That's why we break it. That's why I do this over here, because it ain't important to me. This is why I gotta get unclean and I sit all over the place, because that law ain't important to me. This is why I go to the store and I don't read and I buy things, and it's unclean. And it is not important to me. On the job, the coffee guy comes around. Shami, you want something for coffee? I ain't bring no lunch. And I do want something for coffee. But you ain't going to go to the regular deli and get me no damn bagel that the people in there handle pork. No, I don't want nothing. I'll get my own. There's a Jewish pizzeria that's around the corner. So I get there. Coffee guy come. It's my time, my cue. Time to go. It's my time. Go down. I go to the store. They give me two the kosher bagels there, toasted. They got a little Concord grape there. Put some Concord grape on there and bring it to me. You went to get your own? Why? No, because you buy your food out of there. And then the Muslim guy is buying his pastrami hero from the deli. I said, brother, that's not halal. The same hands that's messing with the swine is touching your blood. He think he cares. He's still eating and gobbling. That's the difference. You can't expect, you can't look at people and expect a change if they don't want to change. You can't look and say, well, oh, they do this, but that don't, because they do it, that don't make it right. That don't make it right. Follow what God says. Don't just worry about this here. Don't worry about what you see. And that's what people have a problem with. Don't these people do this over here? Yeah, but that don't make it right. Don't they got that over here? Yeah, but that don't make it right. One person says it's a cult. All right, whatever, man. These people here you can't talk to. Okay, now break. When you invalid the laws of God, right? To make invalid means to weaken or destroy the cogency. You know what cogency is? Cogency goes into having power to constrain yourself, to hold yourself, self-control. So when we break the laws of God and we don't accept the laws of God and we make it invalid, then we lose that. We lose the power and the strength to control oneself against the external forces, against that what is evil and wicked against God. You're not going to be able to control yourself with that because I broke this law. To violate means to disregard, profane, or desecrate. Okay? He's very
and has broken his commandment. That soul shall utterly be cut off.
That soul shall utterly be cut off. Right? What verse is that?
The end of 31.
End of 31. Right? Now, there's two different types of cut off. Okay? Two different types of cut off. Right? You have neked and you have hikaret, tikaret. Neked and hikaret, tikaret. Okay? Now, neked goes, you know what neked? Neked means to be alienated, to be estranged, to deny, or to betray. Tikaret, hikaret means to be destroyed. You're going to die. That's it. They're going to wipe you out. Saul was cut off. But he was cut off from conversation. He wasn't cut off to the point where God was going to destroy him. He wasn't cut off. God ain't destroying him. Saul's okay. Saul good.
Just contact. No contact.
He just was cut off from contact. That's it. I wish we cut off from contact. We cut off to be destroyed. We cut off to be going to the pit. We got everything going bad for us. Yeah, there was no contact between God and Saul. Only because he violated two things. Mainly one. Because he didn't hearken to the command of God when he went and didn't kill Agag, brought back the best of the sheep, brought back the people, saved this one, killed the people, brought back the. From then on, there was no more contact. But he was still connected with God. The man mind, he did certain things, chasing after David, this and the other. But God was the one that put the evil spirit on him. God put that evil spirit on him. But yet, Saul is still accepted of God. Look what Samuel told him. He said, you and your son's going to be with me. So guess what? They are in the same lot. They're together. They're together. They're good. They're good. They're good. I wish I was in Saul's stead. I wish I was like unto Saul. I wish I was. Because look, and when I said lot, right? When I said lot, I said they are in the same lot, right? I'm going to show you by an example by what I'm telling you. I said they're in the same lot, right? So I'm going to go into, you stay where you at. Psalms 125.
The lot of the wicked.
That's right. He said, they that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion, which cannot be removed but abideth forever. As the mountains are round about Jerusalem, you have mountains that surrounded Jerusalem to where it was very hard to move in, very hard to penetrate. That's why God got angry at King Hezekiah when he showed the secret passage below to who he showed that to? To the Babylonians. And that's how he got invaded. Okay? He says, so the Lord is round about his people from henceforth even forever. For the rod of the wicked shall not rest upon the lot of the righteous. The rod of the wicked is the branch, their descendants, their family, their descendants, their ancestry. For the rod of the wicked shall not rest, shall not settle upon the lot or the portion of the righteous, lest the righteous put forth their hand to iniquity. So the only way God gonna put me in the same lot or in the same, give me the same portion as the wicked, I have to sin. I gotta sin. Once I sin and I violate God, now my portion becomes, we have the same portion now. He said, do good, O Lord, unto those that be good, and to them that are upright in their heart. As for such as turn aside unto their crooked ways, the Lord shall lead them. The Lord shall make them. Lead them forth with the workers of iniquity. He said, the Lord shall make them do evil. This is what God is going to stray you away and guide you towards, to do things that is evil and contrary to God, because that's the life that you're living. Go back.
Verse 32.
Uh-huh.
And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness.
Now, it's saying, while the children of Israel were in the wilderness,
they found a man that gathered sticks upon the
Sabbath day.
And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron.
There was no fire being ignited. He didn't strike no match. God don't kill you for your intentions. The violation was the gathering. He got caught gathering sticks.
And unto all the congregation. Verse 34. And they put him in ward, because it was not declared what should be done to him. And the Lord said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death.
The man shall surely be put to death.
All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the congregation brought him without the camp, and stoned him with stones, and he died as the Lord commanded Moses. The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make upon them fringes in the borders of their garments. Now, the word borders means around the whole rim, at the end of the rim of the garment. But when you look in the Hebrew, it says, put zit, lakem zit, the tem oto, no, kanaf, zit hakanaf, fringes upon the corners. And this is why we have to split our sides, or split your shirt on 4 sides and put the fringes on the corners. We cannot wear fringes on our tops with no corners. I said 4 corners. Read, right? The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it.
That you may look upon it.
And remember all the commandments.
It serves as a reminder. It reminds you of the laws and the commandments of God. Right? And do them. And that ye seek not after your own heart. We understand that? He said that we seek not after your own heart. Which means to seek after your own mind, your own heart is your own thinking, the way you think, the way you move. You can't, all right? In your own eyes, after which he used to go over. Tom C.
That ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
Read.
Verse chapter 16.
So now Korah, the son of
the
Ishar,
son of Ishar, the son of
Kohath,
Kohath, the son of Levi,
Lewi,
and Dathan,
Dathan,
and Abiram,
Abiram,
the sons of Eliab,
Eliab,
and On, the son of Pelet, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moses, with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly.
250 princes of the assembly,
famous in the congregation.
Known men in the congregation.
Men of renown.
Men of renown.
And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said unto them, ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy.
These guys pressed Moses and Aaron and said, man, you taking too much upon yourself. Seeing we all are holy. You ain't the only one that's holy here. There's no, we all are holy. We're in the same rut. Read.
Ye take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the congregation.
God is among us. So why are you lifting yourself up above us like you better than us? Read.
And when Moses heard it, he fell upon his face, and he spake unto Korah and unto all his company, saying, even tomorrow the Lord will show who are his and who is holy, and who will cause him to come near unto him.
You see what Moses said? He said, tomorrow, he said, God is going to show you who are his and who's holy. Right?
And will cause him.
And will cause him, the person that is holy, that's the person that he's going to cause him to come near, to approach, to get close.
Even him whom he had chosen will he cause to come near unto him.
God don't choose everybody. Everybody ain't chosen. Everybody ain't chosen. Everybody is not elected. We have to fit the criteria. We have to fit God's criteria to be chosen and be elected and chosen of God. And the criteria, we read about it right here. The only way to be accepted and chosen of God, we have to fit God's criteria. Tom sheet.
Verse 6. This do, take you censers, Korah and all his company, and put fire therein, and put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord doth choose, he shall be holy. Ye take too much upon you, ye sons of Levi. Now,
incense, frankincense, those was burnt in the temple. Not just anybody could burn those incense and frankincense. And this is why I don't burn incense and frankincense in my house. Because incense and frankincense was only burnt during the sacrifices. During the sacrifices and the offerings of God, the incense was burnt during the sacrifices. In the temple. That's it. Tom sheet.
Verse 8. And Moses said unto Korah, hear, I pray you, ye sons of Levi. Seemeth it but a small thing unto you that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel.
You think you take it for a very light thing. That what? That God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord. That was their job, to do the service. But they want to leave their job to do a different job. So you had different jobs dealing with the temple. You had the sacrifice and the offerings. You had the Levites that dealt with the utensils and the bowls and the spoons. Then you had the Levites that dealt with having the tabernacle, right? With the curtains and deal with that. They wanted to leave their job and jump into the priesthood and start setting up offerings. Read.
And he had brought thee near to him, and all thy brethren, the sons of Levi with thee, and seek ye the priesthood also. Verse 11, for which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against the Lord. And what is Aaron that ye murmur against him? And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, which said, we will not come up. Is it a small thing that thou hast brought us up out of a land that floweth with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness, except thou make thyself altogether a prince over us?
He said, man, listen, he said, why you brought us out of Egypt? That's what they saying. They called Egypt the land flowing with milk and honey. They said, man, why you bring us out of Egypt, took us in the wilderness to kill us? There's nothing here to eat, nothing here to drink. He said, why you brought us here? Go ahead, read.
Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that floweth with milk and honey.
But you know what? During the time when they were in the wilderness, that was God proving them. God brought them through this hostile environment to prove them, to see where their mind was at, to see how they was going to act according to the situation and the position that they was in. And they failed every time. They failed. Go ahead, read.
Moreover, thou hast not brought us into a land that floweth with milk and honey, or given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Wilt thou put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. And Moses was very wroth.
Moses was angry.
And said unto the Lord, respect not thou their offering.
Respect not thou their offering.
I have not taken one ass.
He said, man, I ain't take an ass from them.
Neither have I hurt one of them.
Never have I hurt one of them. Now, notice the word for respect, pana. It means to turn to them. He said, don't turn towards their offerings. Took me back to Abel and Cain. Read about Abel and read about Cain. God said, he said, Abel was accepted. And he accepted Abel's offering. He said, but Cain was not accepted. Therefore, his offering wasn't accepted. The word is, which means to turn towards. God did not accept Cain, so he didn't turn towards his offering. He didn't show him no attention. He didn't regard him. And this is what takes place today. If we are not regarded of God, then we are not accepted. Nothing that comes from us will be accepted. Our prayers won't be accepted. People go, well, people, my wife is in the hospital and she's on ICU. You put it on Facebook. We got all these strange people coming up, prayers going up. I don't want none of y'all praying for me. Right. Prayers going up. First of all, in order to pray for me, you got to be accepted of God. Right. Because if you pray for me and you ain't accepted of God, then your prayers won't be accepted. Everybody cannot pray for you. You've been off most of the time praying for yourself because you know your works. You know your lifestyle and how you live. But these people today, you shouldn't want people praying for you. Because these people live anyhow, disregard God, and the same people that despise God and disregard God is praying for you. Come on, man. Go ahead, read.
And Moses said unto Korah, be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. And take every man his censer and put incense in them, and bring ye before the Lord every man his censer. 250 censers.
250 censers.
Thou also, and Aaron, each of you his censer. And they took every man his censer and put fire in them, and laid incense thereon, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses and Aaron. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Moses and Aaron is at the door, at the tabernacle, at the door of the tabernacle. Then you got Korah and all these guys, and 200 of them is before the tabernacle. Like the tabernacle is here, they stand here. They got 250 people standing in front with censers and incense in the censers. Go ahead, read.
And the glory of the Lord appeared unto all the congregation. Verse 20. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, saying, separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment.
He says, separate yourself from amongst this congregation, because I'm about to consume everybody here. All these dudes here that's gathered up before my tabernacle, I'm going to consume them. So separate yourself. Read.
And they fell upon their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and wilt thou be wroth with all the congregation?
You hear my God Moses? Moses, Aaron, they both fell on their faces. Moses went. Read that again.
And they fell upon their faces
and said,
O God,
the
God of the
spirits of all flesh. Stop asking me if God is a man or a woman. Stop asking me that. Foolish people. God is a man. Maybe God is a woman. God is the son. God is this. No, God is a spirit. And being God is a spirit, and he do whatsoever he pleases, whenever he please. He can make himself appear and make it look like he did with Moses. Put Moses in the cleft of the rock, moved his hand and passed, and Moses was able to see the behind parts, the back parts of God. That's what a God does. He can make you see him, and he'll vanish and disperse and make you not see him. I'm a spirit now. That's what God does. That's a God. Tamshi.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the congregation, saying, get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Moses rose up and went unto Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. He spake unto the congregation, saying, depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest ye be consumed in all their
sins. Not everything I can take and touch with my hands, because whatever you're touching with your hands could be condemned. The things that I'm touching with my hands could be condemned because it's coming from a condemned person. It's coming from this guy here. This dude is condemned and in bad straits with God. But yet I'm touching the things that belongs to him, which is going to cause me to be condemned. Go ahead, read.
So they got up from the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, on every side. Dathan and Abiram came out and stood in the door of their tents, and their wives and their sons. And
you see what these guys did? They done took down their whole family. Dathan, Abiram. What they did, their wives and their children and their sons and their little ones suffered because of what they did. This book don't lie, man. Most I see, I remember. He said, I will visit. I will remember the sins of the fathers upon your seed, upon your son. So whatever's going on with your son and your kids, it's because of my shortcomings with God. Because I came up short with God. So now God is visiting my shortcomings to my son. And the only way my son can protect himself from that, he has to walk upright before God. He got to walk upright and wholehearted with God so that his righteousness can protect him from his father's wickedness. So God won't visit the father's wickedness upon his seed. Tamshi.
And Moses said, hereby ye shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works. For I have not done them of my own mind. If these men die the common death of all men.
If these men die the common death of all men.
Or if they be visited after the visitation of all men. Then the Lord has not sent me. So if the Lord make a new thing. And the earth open her mouth and swallow them up with all that appertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, then ye shall understand that these men have provoked the Lord. And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder that was under them. And the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their houses, and all the men that appertained unto Korah, and all their goods. They and all they that appertained to them went down alive into the pit. The earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the congregation.
Mhm.
And all Israel that were round about them fled at the cry of them. But they said, lest the earth swallow us up also. And there came out a fire from the Lord, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter thou the fire yonder.
So the earth opened up and swallowed up Dayton, Abiram, Korah, swallowed up everything that belonged to them and closed right back up. Closed right back up. That ain't never happened in life, in the history, did that ever happen again. That wasn't no earthquake.
That was different.
That was different.
New thing.
So after the earth opened up, swallowed them up, what was left?
250 princes.
Princes, the censors, right? Go ahead, read.
Verse 35, and there came out a fire from the Lord, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense.
Uh-huh.
The Lord spake
Fire
unto
from God came from heaven, consumed the 250 princes. Read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, that he take up the censers out of the burning, and scatter down the fire yonder, for they are hallowed.
They're still holy. Those censers are still holy. Take them up. Pick them up. Uh-huh. Read.
The censers of these sinners against their own souls.
Uh-huh.
Let them make them broad plates.
Use it for a covering for the
altar.
For the altar. Read.
For they offered them before the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore they are hallowed.
Mm-hmm.
And they shall be a sign.
Which means what? The purpose. The reason, the purpose of them sending up was to offer it up to God. And that's what made it holy. That's what made it hallowed. Read.
And Eleazar the priest took the brazen.
People wasn't hallowed. Okay?
And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers wherewith they were burnt and had offered,
Uh-huh.
and they were made broad plates for a covering of the altar.
Mm-hmm.
To be a memorial unto the children of Israel, that no stranger, which is not of the seed of Aaron, come near to offer incense before the Lord,
Uh-huh.
that he be not as Korah in his company, as the Lord said to him by the hand of Moses. But on the morrow, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, Ye have killed the people of the Lord.
That's right after God just opened the earth and swallowed up Dayton and Abiram. Next thing, fire from heaven comes down, consumed the 250 princes. The next day, the same people murmured against Moses and Aaron. Go ahead, read.
And it came to pass, when the congregation was gathered against Moses and against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the congregation, and behold, the cloud covered it.
They all united and gathered themselves against Aaron, against Moses. When they doing that, a thick cloud, a thick mass of cloud come down that surrounded the glory of the Most High. Right? So he said, Get you up from among the congregation, that I may consume them in the moment. And they fell upon their faces, and Moses said unto Aaron, Take a censer, and put fire therein from off the altar, and put on incense, and go quickly unto the congregation, and make an atonement for them.
But there was wrath
There's
going
wrath
out from the
going
Lord.
out from
The
the
plague is begun.
The plague is begun. Moses was able to discern and tell that the wrath of God is out. This is not a job for Moses. Moses knows his place. Moses said, man, listen. He said, I can't go out there. He said, you make this concoction, do what you got to do, and go on out there, because the wrath of God is out. Right? Read.
And Aaron took, as Moses commanded, and ran into the midst of the congregation.
Mm-hmm.
And behold, the plague was begun among the people. And he put on incense and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stayed. Now they that died in the plague were 14,700, beside them that died about the matter of Korah.
Go to Isaiah 66. Isaiah chapter 66.
Isaiah chapter 66.
Mhm.
Thus said the Lord, the heaven is my throne,
The heaven is my throne. The heaven is my seat of honor.
and the earth is my footstool.
And the earth is my footstool.
Where is the house that he built unto
See,
me?
where's the house that you build unto me?
And where is the place of my
And
rest?
where's the place of my rest? Only a God talks like that, man. Only a God talks like that. What other deity you hear talk with such authority,
Yeah.
confidence?
Ultimate confidence.
What deity you hear that?
Establishing.
You don't hear JC talking like that. They chase JC all over, all over the place. And when they finally caught him, they took him, strung him up, tacked him up on a tree.
Before they did that, he took his clothes off.
Before they did that, they took his clothes off. Now he up there with a loincloth, with his legs twisted and turned, crossed over another.
People spitting on him.
And guess what he said while he was up there? They say he said, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?
Mm-hmm. And he's a God.
And he's supposed to be a God. But he didn't say that. David said that. That was the song of David. But they try to link all this into talking about its truth. Ain't no truth or facts in that. Tamsi.
For all those things have mine hand made, and all those things have been said, saith the Lord. But to this man will I look, even to him.
He said, but to this man will I look, but to this man will I examine, but to this man I will direct my attention to. You see what God said? He said, there's a certain type of man I will direct my attention to. Tamshi, what type of man?
Even to him that is poor.
Even to him that is poor. Now, to examine, right? When God said, to this man that I will look, to this person that I will examine. Now, when you're being examined by God, God tests the conditions of who? Of you. What is your conditions? Your conditions means your agreements and your covenant that you made with God. We had made agreements with God and went into covenant with God, and God is going to test you according to those same agreements that you made with him. Oh, I swore not to do this and this. He said, oh, okay. You swore not to do this and this. He said, okay, now I'm going to put the situation now to see if you're going to be a man of your own word about what you swore to do. So it's right here now. Let me see if you're true. That's what God does. You put yourself on those stipulations. You put yourself to those, right? Your stipulations, you bind it yourself by. That's what conditions is. And when God examines you, that's how God examines you. Right? Go ahead, read.
Even to him that is of a poor and of
Poor.
a contrite spirit.
Poor, which means humble. Right? Humble. When you submit yourself to God, that's the ultimate humbleness. That's ultimate humbleness. You submit yourself to God, which means I submit to the will of God. If a person can't submit to the will of God, then you ain't humble. And if you can't be humble with God, you can't be humble to what's before your face. Because that's the definition of humble. Submit to God's will. That's the definition of humble. As children, we got to submit to our parents' will. I got to submit to my father's will. I got to submit to the will of my mother. Your mother said, "Bob," my father said, "Bob," I got to submit to that. And if I can't humble to my parents, you definitely can't humble to God. You can't submit to the will of God. This is the ancient way and the ancient path. Heathens don't think like that.
Mm-hmm.
The world don't think like that. Married people, men and women with an American mentality don't think like that. Because I hear parents in their conversations, they allow their children to do as they please. Well, he's a grown man, or she's a grown man. The will of your parents never dies, whether I'm a grown man or not. I'm 60 years old. My parents' will is this. I got to continue to honor the will of my parents in life or death. The Rechabites honored their parents, and their parents was dead. And they continued to live in, they said, what was one of the agreements? He said, dwelling. He said, don't dwell in. He said, dwell in tent. They can't live in houses. Don't build houses. And generations and generations and generations, they dwelt in those tents. And you know what happened? They drew the attention of God just by honoring their father, Jonadab. Huh? They never met him. But this was generations and generations. It was passed down. Right. Like, let me give you an example of what righteousness is. When my grandmother was in the hospital, and my father went to go see her. My grandmother said, man, she said, I had a nice time. She said, I had a nice time.
It was a party.
She said, it was a party, and the nurses had cake and ice cream. Guess what? Now, she was in the spirit. They didn't have no party in there. But she was in the spirit already. She was already traveling.
And she wasn't senile.
So you know what's the next thing she said? She said, son. She said, look at my feet. She said, son, look at my feet. I was looking at her feet. He said, what happened, Mom? He said, look, they put sneakers on me. He said, my father told me never to wear sneakers. And she never put sneakers on. Never. And righteousness is when I find that out, that my grandmother never had on sneakers, I'm supposed to continue the covenant and don't put sneakers on my daughter. That gets you through. That's what got her through. That's why, she said, she in the spirit now. She said, son, she said, you see that hole? You see that black hole, son? My father ain't seen nothing. He don't see what she see. She on her way out.
He said, no, I don't see it.
He ain't said, no, I ain't see it. He said, because I know that. First he said, no, I ain't see it.
She said, don't
play with me, son. She said, you don't see the hole? He snapped. He said, yeah. He said, yeah, Ma. He said, yeah, Ma, I see it. He don't see it now. That's honor. That's what honor is. There been times that my father come in and said, man, you got that purple jug over there? And it ain't purple, it's blue. Boy, don't play with me, man. It's purple, man. I seen it. Yes, Abba, it's purple. Can't Abba, it's purple. Boy, don't say nothing, man. Just don't say nothing. Can't I ain't gonna say nothing. You got it. We gotta give our parents that, man. That's the props and the honor that God said to give. That's due to your parents. And that's what's gonna deliver you from death. Those are one of the things that's gonna deliver. Huh? Yeah, she said, I seen the black hole. She said, but I ain't going down there. She said, I ain't going down there, son. They left her alone. The next day, 2 days later, she died. Yeah, time sheet.
I will look even to him
He said, I
that is
will look
poor.
even to him that is poor. Right? Poor, like I said, means humble. Is when you submit yourself to God. That's humbleness. That's the utmost humbleness. And a contrite spirit. You know what a contrite spirit is? Contrite spirit is in the Hebrew, it says nake ruach. It means a smitten or afflicted spirit. When you have that smitten and afflicted spirit, that's a person that's committed to change. That contrite spirit, you're changing. You're steady changing for the better. All right, go ahead, read.
and tremble it at my word.
And tremble it at my word. When you tremble at God's word, you fear the word of God. I fear to do this because God said not to do it, and I'm afraid of the outcome of the situation if I do it. So I refrain from violating the laws and the commandments of God. Go ahead.
He that killeth an ox is as if he slew a
He said,
man.
he that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. Because we ain't supposed to be doing no sacrifices. If you ain't killing the ox to eat him, then why you killing him? Go ahead.
He that sacrifices
He
a
that
lamb
sacrifices a lamb.
as if he cut off a dog's neck.
Read.
He that offereth an oblation.
He that offereth an oblation. An oblation, it means minka. Minka is an offering. And there was two appointed times where the offerings went up. You had the shakari, which means the dawn, the morning offering, and you had the ereb, the evening offering. And those are two appointed times where the offerings went up, where the heavens is open for those offerings to be accepted. And this is why our father trained us and told us and showed us the importance of sending up those two offerings. Don't sleep through the morning offering is not when you wake up. It's at that dawn. When the sun just begins to start to rise, you have to get up and send your offering up. The offerings that you send up are prayers. You have to make sure that you're sending your offering up at the evening, in the evening offering, because those are two important times where the offerings used to go up, right? Go ahead, read.
He that offered an oblation as if he offered swine's
flesh.
He that burneth incense is as if he blessed an idol.
He that burneth incense. Now, what is the word for incense, right? Lebona. Lebona, it says incense, lebona. Lebona means frankincense. Quitoret is incense. All right. Lebona is frankincense, is as if he blessed an idol. He said, he that burneth incense is as if it's compared to a person that blessed an idol. Right? Now, the word for blessed, the word for idol is awang. Awang is iniquity. Awang means injustice. You have blessed injustice. When you're blessed injustice, you talk good about the things that God hates. I cannot talk anything. To bless means to glorify or praise or to speak gratefully about. The things that I speak good about, it has to be good and accepted by God. If I speak good about something that God don't accept and is not good by God, then I have blessed injustice. I spoke good about a person that ran up in the check cashing or ran up in the store and robbed everybody. Other people violated and he shot them and he's tough. No, you're a fool. You're a fool. Oh, he got balls. No, you ain't got no. It takes cojones and it takes courage to do God's law. People make certain, I don't know. Go ahead, read.
I will also choose their delusions.
He said, I will also choose their delusions. He said, I will choose their delusions. Read.
And will bring their fears upon them.
No, he said, yeah, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delighted in their abominations. We chose our own ways. We have not decided to change for the better. We have not decided to change for God. We have not decided to change the way we think. Go ahead, read.
I will also choose their delusions.
Cut that. Go to Psalms 25. Go to Psalms 25.
Psalms chapter 25. Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul.
Unto thee, O Lord, do I lift up my soul. That's the Psalm of David. David was something else. David was something else, man. This was a God that God said have a heart like me. He said, man, David got a heart like unto me. You know the type of heart and type of the way this man thought? And this is why, look, my father looked at that. He said, man, if God said David got a heart like him, he said, man, I'm sure. I'm going to read about David and read about the things that David did. Because this is the same way that God will operate. It's accepted of God. That was the only man that God said that about. He didn't say that about Solomon. He didn't say that about no man. He said, man, this guy here was a distinct man. He said, this guy got a heart like me, man. You know what that is to have a heart like God? You know what that is to have the mentality like God? Go ahead, read.
Oh my God, I trust in thee.
Oh my God, I trust in thee.
Let me not be ashamed.
Let me not be ashamed. Feeling of shame. Feeling of shame. And when you're ashamed of something, you have strong regrets of the wrong that you did. You have strong regrets of the wrong that you did. And if you have regrets about the wrong that you did, then I will approach you and say, you know what? I'm wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have did this. I shouldn't have did this over there. I'm wrong for this. I'm wrong for that. That's acceptance. That's acceptance. Okay? Now, go ahead, read.
Let not mine enemies triumph over me.
Let not my enemies triumph. Let not my enemies rejoice. Don't cause my enemies to rejoice over me. Read.
Yea, let none that wait on thee be ashamed. Let them be ashamed which transgress without cause.
Let none that wait on thee be ashamed. He said, let them be ashamed which transgress without a cause. Right? Bogdim. Bogdim means to be treacherous. Also means treacherous. And it means to be unreliable. Right? Providing insecure footing or support. Those are the ways of a treacherous person. You don't provide insecure footing. You don't support. Okay? You're unreliable. Right? Go ahead, read.
Show me thy ways, O Lord. Teach me thy paths.
Show me thy ways, O God, and teach me thy path. Because if God don't show you, I will never learn. I'm not going to learn nothing here. God got to open your eyes to certain things. God got to open your eyes to what you read, or else you ain't going to understand nothing here. Right? Now, it's when God show you his ways, he directs and guides you towards the right and correct way. Like how God guided Abel towards the right offering to set up. Because remember now, this is the beginning of life. When life first began, the setup of the offering didn't go down until Leviticus. So because Abel was accepted of God, God guided him towards sending up blood and fat. Because there's no redemption of sin until blood be shed. Now we got to send up blood. Now I got to kill Asa because there's iniquity in the earth. Go ahead, read.
Lead me in thy truth and teach me.
So when God show you his ways, he's not going to allow you to follow your own wanting ways. He's not going to allow you to walk the way you want to walk. He's going to guide your feet. Go ahead, read.
For thou art the God of my salvation.
For thou art the God of my salvation. Read.
On thee do I wait all the day. Remember, O Lord, thy tender mercies and thy loving kindnesses, for they have been ever of old. Remember not the sins of my youth, nor my transgressions. According to thy mercy, remember thou me for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. Good and upright is the Lord. Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he guide in judgment, and the meek will he teach his way. He said, good and upright is the Lord. God is good. God is upright. And the only way to find out and learn what is good and upright is by reading the book.
when God give you certain laws and tell you certain laws in certain ways, I can't disagree with God because you're going to seal your faith. When you disagree, I disagree with the Sabbath. I don't think we should. Who do you think those words is against? It's against God. I don't care if you disagree with the Sabbath or not. I really don't care. It ain't doing me no good. I know what I agree with. You want to disagree with the Sabbath? Good. Good. That's your prerogative. God gave you a choice. You disagree with his laws. You feel it's okay to go steal? Good. God gave you a choice. But just accept everything that comes after it. Everything that comes after it. Because you have a froward mind. Your mind and your thoughts are froward. Froward thoughts separates you from God. That's it. I can't stand and talk to no one that disagree with what I believe in. I'm not going to stand here and talk to you about that. And I don't want to hear it when you're telling me you disagree with God's Sabbath day. I disagree with the Sabbath. You got people that disagree with everything in the book. There's nothing to talk about, man. Nothing to talk about. Go ahead. You go that way and I'll go the opposite way. That's it. I can't rock with you. I can't make you agree with it. Go ahead. Like I said, God gives you a choice. He said, good and upright is the Lord. That's the only thing that's good and upright.
Right.
Is God. And then when we don't follow God, then we are not good. Man and woman. The only way to be good in the eyes of God is by following what God says. That's what you need to embed in your mind and embed in your head. Pound it inside of your head. Yes. Yes. This is called a brainwash. I have to brainwash myself. Not you. I'm talking about me. Me, myself, and I. I have to brainwash myself to agree with everything in this book. Yes, it's a brainwash. And how do I brainwash myself? By talking about it every minute, talking about it over and over and over. Yes, like God said, oral repetition. You know what repetition means? I don't say it just one time. I rehearse it in the ears over and over so that I can train myself to accept it. So that once I begin to accept it, then it's shown in my actions. But before anything is shown in your actions, that's why, look, man, we gotta all, God is wise, man. Look, before God already knows, before you accept it, God gave us the law and said, listen, study the law by oral repetition, which means speak about it every day. Say, speak about it in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down. Just before you know it, after a couple and so many years of you doing that, now you start showing in your actions because it's a part of you. It's a part of you now because you're speaking about it. That's why God says speak about it. Speak about it. Speak about it. Then he told the priest and the king, he said, read it every day. Because it's like a training. You're training yourself and you're brainwashing yourself to accept this. Okay?
Good and upright is
Good
the
and
Lord.
upright is the Lord.
Therefore will he teach sinners in the way. The meek will he judge.
The
will
meek
he guide
will he guide
in judgment. And the meek will he teach his way. All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth.
All the paths of God are mercy and truth. The ways of God is mercy and truth.
Unto such
that keep his covenant and his testimony. What is his covenant? His agreement. We went into agreement with God from the day that we went from the day we was at Mount Sinai, before that mountain, the covenant was laid out. From that day forward, we was in agreement with God. All that the Lord said we will do. You go on there, Moses, get what God said, because we don't want to go. Lest he break forth and kill us. He gonna kill us, man. So you go and get it and bring it to us. That day we went into agreement with God. We accepted it. Said, we're gonna do it. Okay, read.
For thy name's sake, O Lord, pardon my iniquities.
Pardon my iniquities.
For it is great.
For it is great.
What man is he that feareth the Lord? Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose.
Ooh, that's heavy. So God is not going to show you his ways if you don't fear him. There's steps and stages. For God to show you his ways, I got to fear him first. That's why the ways of God come only to certain men that shows fear for God. Go ahead, read.
Him shall he teach in the way that he shall choose. His soul shall dwell at ease.
His soul shall dwell at ease.
His seed shall inherit the earth. The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him, and he will show them his covenant. Mine eyes are ever toward the Lord, for he shall pluck my foot out of the net. Turn thee unto me, and have mercy upon me, for I am desolate and afflicted.
Okay, cut that. Go to Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha. Go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 25. All right, go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 25. Before you read Ecclesiasticus chapter 25, I'm going to go into something else. Yeah, go. You stay out of Ecclesiastes chapter 25. I'm in Baruch chapter 4. Baruch chapter 4. He said, this is the book of the commandments of God. He said, and the law that endureth forever. The laws of God that endures forever. These laws don't die. These laws ought to be fulfilled from generation to generation to generation to generation. It's not a fade. All right? He said, all they that keep it, all they that keep what? The laws, shall what? Come to life. All they that keep God's laws shall come to life. But we're alive already. In order to experience this, I have to die. I got to die first. Because the commandment of God has to be upheld.
That's right.
In order to live forever, I got to taste death. Now we got to go through the transaction. I got to die in order to live.
That's right.
Right? He said, but such as leave it shall die. Such as leave what? Such as leave God. Such as abandon and forsake God's law, you're going to die. Okay? He said, turn thee, O Jacob, and take hold of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof, that thou mayest be illuminated. Give not thy honor to another, nor the things that are profitable unto thee to a strange nation. You hear that? So no, it ain't my job to go out on the street corners and teach people out here. That's what I read here. That's what I read here. He said, it ain't my job to go out there giving the things that is profitable to God to a strange people. Right? O Israel, happy are we, for things that are pleasing to God are made known unto us. That, you mean to tell me this is the only way to please God? Is by following after his ways, following after his laws, his commandments, and his statutes? He said the things that is made known to us pleases God. He said, be of good cheer, my people, the memorial of Israel. You were sold to the nations, not for your destruction. When God sold us to these other foreign nations, he didn't sell us to these nations to destroy us. He sold us to the nations. Why? He said, but because you moved God to wrath, I angered God. We angered God. And because we angered God, he sold us to the nations. What happened when you anger your parents? When you do something wrong to your parents, do something your parents don't agree with. Noah, get up, go in the corner. You stand there and don't move. Stay in the corner. Come here. This right and out. Not everything deserves standing in the corner.
True.
Some things deserves me to pull your pants down and get the belt and beat you on your butt.
Mm-hmm.
Some things deserves me to take this away from you. But it's all different punishments for what the child did that the parent don't like. So we cannot question God and how God moved and his punishments and the things that God did to us to punish the nation. Can't question God. That's why he sold us to other nations. Foreign, strange nation ended up went into Africa, snatched the people from Africa, put them on ships, and they went through hell when they got over here. Man, for years, hundreds and hundreds of years, they went through. Look, they didn't do it. We couldn't even read. You knew how to read, they kill you.
Better not get caught.
Better not get caught reading. He said, man, where you learn that from? Man, don't let master know yet you reading. They don't want you to read. They don't want none of that. But this is what God put us through because we moved God to wrath. We made God angry because we turned against him. He said, you were sold to the nations not for your destructions, but because ye moved God to wrath. You were delivered unto your enemies, for ye provoked them that made you by sacrificing unto devils and not to God. Ye have forgotten the everlasting God that brought you up, and ye have grieved Jerusalem that nursed you. Go ahead, read, man.
Ecclesiasticus.
We're in Ecclesiasticus chapter 25.
In three things was I beautified.
In three things, there are three things that was beautiful. And it stood out beautiful between God and man. Once it stood out beautiful between God, which means it's accepted of God.
Mm-hmm.
This is God accepted. And in return, you got to accept it.
Mm-hmm.
Where we get off at disagreeing with God. You know why we disagree with God? Because we don't believe the book.
Mm-hmm.
We don't believe that this book is facts. We don't believe that this book existed. Look, you only doing this for whatever reason that you're doing it. But on your own, this ain't your life. This is not what you're about. This is not what you are about, man. And this is why you have a problem accepting the book and accepting what you read. This is why you don't have fear. You should be afraid to voice and say certain things. Like, I disagree with that. But God said it's okay. Or God said don't do it. Or God said do it. But you disagree with it. Go ahead, read.
In three things I was beautified and stood up beautiful both before God and men. The unity of brethren.
The unity of brethren. It was beautiful. So that's beautiful. God looked at it and said, man, it's beautiful. Brothers that's unified as one. The one mind principle. We all think the same. We all move the same. We all move on one accord. That's beautiful with God. And it's beautiful with man. Read.
The love of neighbors.
The love of neighbors. And it ain't talking about love based on sexual desires.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's the love of neighbors or what that means? Brotherly love for another's concern. I'm concerned about you, and you're concerned about me. That's the love. Read, next one. What's the last one?
A man and a wife that agree together.
A man and a wife that agree together. Now, agree, right? It means to be It means to get, number one, to get along together. If we get along together, there ain't gonna be too many arguments. It ain't gonna be too many disputes. There ain't gonna be too many arguments. All right? What's the next one? To be in harmony. To be in harmony, or to be in unison, or to be in harmony as in opinions, feelings, or purpose. Now let me explain that now. Why I said my opinion supposed to be your opinion, and my feelings supposed to be your feelings, and my purpose supposed to be yours, because it goes all the way back to Genesis 3. What happened in Genesis 3? If you read the book, you should know what I'm talking about. And this is why it's very important to be reading the book over and over. So now, what happened in Genesis 3? We ain't gonna sidetrack. When Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, God told her, he said, your desire shall be towards your husband. You desire him. You desire your husband. And what? And he shall rule over thee. But one thing I noticed, if a woman don't want you to rule and take charge, it ain't happening. The best thing to do, listen, sister, you need to go. I need listen. You're not allowing me to be a man. And this is why women didn't like Kevin Samuels. That's why. Because this is what Kevin Samuels preached. Kevin Samuels was a dude on YouTube that preached about certain things about women and stuff like that. And one of the topics that he said is that he looked at the woman and said, "You are too masculine. You won't allow your man to run the house. Or run you. You know what I seen on one of the YouTubes? The chick said, she said, yeah, you said, Kevin Samuel? Chick said this. She said, thank you, Kevin. She said, I got the ring. She said, yes, Kevin, I got the ring. She said, yes, my husband runs all this. Hey, you see this house? My husband got the last word here. He said, you see them kids? He said, my husband got the last word over these kids. If I see something and my husband don't like it, well, hey, husband, I'm agreeing with you. Thank you, Kevin.
Somebody listen.
There are a lot of women that listen and hearken. That's the only way the house is going to move forward. But a man is not going to stay in the house where he has to clash with his woman 24/7. I say A, you say B. I tell the kid C, you go and tell him D. No, man, I'm gone. See you. A man will leave children, household for the sake of peace.
That's right.
Sure. You sit there and think it's a joke.
That's right.
Man, listen, you're going to drive me crazy. Not me. I don't care. I'm able to take the love and throw it out the window. Forget you, love. Love, you can go. I'm more important. Because I know what God said. God said for man to rule. God said for man to rule.
That's right.
All right?
That's right.
I don't know nothing else. You don't want me to rule, then hey, we gotta separate. Don't get mad at the words. Don't get mad at what I'm saying, because it's here in the book.
That's right.
This is what I read. Go ahead, read.
3 sorts of men my
Let's read
soul
something
hated,
else now. 3 sorts of men my soul hates. Read.
and I am greatly offended at their life.
And they shouldn't be living. He said, there's 3 sorts of men that my soul hates. And I am offended at their life, which means they shouldn't even be living. They shouldn't live. Go ahead, read.
A poor man that is proud.
How you poor and proud? How you poor and proud? Because people come to you, want to look at it, and you proud. No, that don't go together. How you poor and proud? You can't be poor and proud. Usually, the rich man is proud because he got everything. But you ain't got nothing, and you poor, and you proud. He said that's hated. God hated and man hated. Read. What's the next one?
A rich man that is a liar.
A rich man, the man rich and he lied about everything. There's no reason for the rich man to lie because you have what people respect. You have people,
Money.
you have what people will accept. Whatever you say out your mouth will be golden because you have what make you tick. Money. A rich man that's a liar, read.
And an old adulterer that doted.
And an old adulterer that doted. You know what an old adulterer is? This dude in his 50s, in his 60s, and he's still sleeping around, committing adultery.
Old lady on YouTube.
Yeah. Go ahead.
If thou hast gathered nothing in thy youth,
If you didn't gather nothing in your youth,
how canst thou find anything in
how
thy
you
age?
gonna have something when you turn 70? If I didn't gather nothing in my 20s, I didn't go to work, I ain't doing nothing. I played the streets, not doing nothing, and now I'm 60, 70 years old with nothing.
Oh, how comely a thing is judgment for gray hairs.
Why it says that? Oh, how comely a thing, how comely a thing is judgment for gray hairs, because the elders go by. They stand by that. You mess up, oh, it's judgment time. Time to pay back. Pay back double. You went and stole, you gotta pay back. Oh, you went and did this. Oh, this is the penalty for that. They stand on that. Read.
And for ancient men to know counsel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how comely is the wisdom of old men.
Not all old men now. You better watch what type of old man you go to for counsel. You better watch what ancient man you go to for counsel, because even they is gone out of their wits. You can't go to anybody for counsel.
Manipulators.
That's right, read.
And understanding and counsel to men of honor.
Uh-huh.
Much experience is the crown of old men.
Uh-huh.
And the fear of God is their glory.
And the fear of God is their glory. That's what they glory in. They glory in the fear of God. Read.
There be 9 things.
There be 9 things
which I have judged in mine heart.
which I have judged in my heart to be happy.
And the 10th I will utter with my tongue.
The 10th I'm going to utter with my tongue.
A man that hath joy of his children.
A man that hath joy of his children. There is no joy in my children if they're not around. You can't have joy in your children if they're not around. Which means what? The children didn't disperse and go nowhere. You got your own crib, but they still came around. They still came around. Now, there is no joy in children if they turn away from God. There is no joy. There is no profit in unprofitable children. There is none. I'm not going to have joy in that. Because the number one joy is that they serve God. That's the number one joy. What's the next one?
And he that liveth to see the fall of his enemy.
He that liveth to see the fall of his enemy. I didn't have to lift a finger. Read.
Well is him that dwelleth with a wife of understanding.
Well is him that dwelleth with a wife of understanding. And what is a wife of understanding? Understanding is what? To depart from evil. That's what understanding is. She depart from evil. In order to depart from evil or depart from the things that are evil, you have to accept your fault. You got to accept your fault to say, well, wow, this is wrong. I shouldn't be doing this. I got to pull back from this. oh, this is wrong here. I can't do that. I gotta pull back from that. That's only gonna make you a better person with God.
That's right.
Read.
And that had not slipped with his tongue.
And that had not slipped with his tongue. You done messed around and said the wrong thing out your mouth. You done slipped up and said the wrong thing. Tom C, read.
And that had not served a man more unworthy than himself.
I'm doing that now. Every time you go to work, you serve a man more unworthy than yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, read.
Well is him that hath found prudence.
Well is him that hath found prudence. What is prudence? Prudence is the ability to govern and discipline oneself. You're able to discern right from wrong and pull away from it. Read.
And he that speaketh in the ears of them that will hear.
Read.
Oh, how great is he that findeth wisdom. Yet is there none above him that feareth the Lord. But the love of the Lord passeth all things for illumination. He that holdeth it, whereto shall he be likened? The fear of the Lord is the beginning of his love.
The fear of God is the beginning of loving God. You cannot love God and you don't have no fear. Before you love God, you got to be afraid first. The fear comes first. Then after the fear, then the love for God comes in after. Tom C.
And faith is the beginning of cleaving unto him. Give me any plague.
Faith. Being faithful. Faith comes from the word faithful. Right? When you're faithful to God, the beginning of being faithful to God is when you join and cleave to God. Cleave to God. Cleave means to join. How do you join God? By adhering and taking heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes. That's it. Read.
Give me any plague.
Give me any plague.
But the plague of the heart.
But the plague of the heart. You know what the plague of the heart is? The plague of the heart is the plague of the mind. The plague of the heart is the plague of the mind. When God plagued your mind, that's when you have these atrocious and volatile thoughts that are against God. Okay? He said, give me any plague, but the plague of the mind. Read.
And any wickedness, but the wickedness of a woman.
Any wickedness, but the wickedness of a woman.
And any affliction, but the affliction from them that hate me.
Any affliction,
but the affliction
from them that hate me. This dude hate me, and you put him to afflict me?
Right.
That's the worst. He ain't gonna have no mercy.
No.
Because he hate me already. So of course he gonna go all in. Don't put him to afflict me. Give me somebody else.
That's right.
Read.
And any revenge, but the revenge of enemies. There was no head above the head of a serpent. And there was no wrath above the wrath of an enemy. I had rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman.
Now, he said, I'd rather dwell and live with a lion and a dragon than to live with a wicked woman. Now, let me explain that. Why he chose to live with a lion and a dragon, because I know what to expect from the lion and the dragon. I already know if I fall asleep too hard, that lion is going to eat me. I know that. When he eat me, I already expected it. But this behavior from this woman, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect this right here. All you did was show me one way, but you didn't show me that you were this way. You didn't show me that you was this way. Yeah, because men and women had two sides. You don't hear men say, man, I'm telling you, don't get me angry. You see the other side of me. You even hear women say, don't get mad. I hear the other side. You think I care about the other side of you? You really think I care about the other side of what this man is going to show me or what this woman is going to show me? Because I know if I could turn into a fool, you ain't going to be more greater than me. Whether it's a man or a woman. But this is what they say. See, the righteous have one side. They don't have different sides to them. The righteous man and the righteous woman are one-sided. They don't have two sides. Okay? You know why I say that? Moses had one side. When Moses was not angry, he still was meek and humble. When the people angered him, he still projected meekness and humble because he spoke for them. The righteous don't have two sides. They're not two-faced. Two-faced people have two sides to them. Okay. Two-faced people have two sides. Whether you get angry or mad or happy. Just learn that. Yeah. He said the
Wickedness of a woman changing her face and darkening her countenance like sackcloth.
Uh-huh.
Her husband shall sit among his neighbors, and when he heareth it, shall sigh bitterly.
Her husband shall sit among the neighbors, and when he hear the wretchedness of his wife, he gonna sigh. Like, come on, man. Why? Because what the wife does reflects on the husband.
That's right.
What the children does reflects on the father. Henry,
All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman.
you know what that means? All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. It's nothing. It don't mean nothing. But a person that honor and respect God, look at everything, values every law. Look at the law as a great iniquity. Like, man, you shouldn't do that. But they look at that, oh, that ain't nothing, man. I'll do this over here, but I wouldn't do this over there. But Henry,
Let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. As the climbing up a sandy
Wait, that's heavy. Go
the
back.
portion
He said, let the portion of a sinner
fall upon her.
fall upon her. Is that plain to see and say that according to our ways is who God link you with? The portion, how would a portion of a sinner fall to her? Only one way. The portion of a sinner. Who she married to? Who she married to? Who she's with? Tells me who she with. Whoever she's married to tells me how that woman is.
Because she don't care anyway.
That's right.
She let her get someone.
That's right. So you go get somebody that's like you, just like yourself. That's the portion of a sinner.
You say you never find nobody like me.
That's right. That's right. Shit, I said that a couple of times to some women. I said, you will never find nobody like me. Oh yeah? Yes, I am. Oh no, you ain't.
You ain't gonna be happy.
No, you ain't. And it's going far beyond. I'm going into ways. I'm going into ways, the way a man thinks, how he lives, how he conduct the man's lifestyle. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking. It's far beyond sex. I ain't talking about sex. I ain't talking about none of that. I'm talking about the way a person thinks, his life, how he conduct himself.
And what you were taught.
And that's right.
We introduce you to.
Time sheet.
As the climbing up a sandy way.
Can you climb up a hill of sand?
No.
When you go to the beach and you're down below, you got sand. No, you coming right back down. You go. You ain't. Look, man. You got a pit, and the pit is full of sand. You got the hill, sand. Man, you don't get thrown down in that pit. Man, listen. Look, it's hard to get you, even with a rope, because by you pulling, the person pulling you is gonna sink. Nothing to grip on. He said you can't climb up those hill, a sandy hill. Read.
As the climbing up a sandy way is to the feet of the aged.
It's to the feet of the aged. Read.
So is a wife full of words to a quiet man.
So is a wife full of words to a quiet man. I knew a brother like that. His brother was real quiet. Quiet. He come in, say shalom, sit down, he quiet. But the wife was very rowdy. Very rowdy and loud. And all the man did was be quiet. She talked to him. She's rowdy with him and loud. The man is quiet. I used to think the man was soft. Until one day.
She met the steps.
Until one day, he couldn't take it no more. She got loud with him. I think she hit him.
Yeah.
And she found her way down at the end of the steps. Right in the camp. Took her. I looked at that.
Those steps
Looked
were
at her,
long
looked at her.
steps.
Ain't nobody said nothing to him. Ain't nobody jumped in the middle of it because she deserved it. That woman tortured that man for years.
Those are some long steps.
For years.
It's steep too.
He threw him down the steps.
It's true.
But a quiet man, that's a humble man. He take a lot. Quiet man takes a lot.
There's still a limit.
Takes a lot. Takes a lot. Every man got a limit.
That's right.
Tom Sheet.
Stumble not at the beauty of a woman.
Don't stumble at no woman's beauty, because why it said don't stumble at her beauty. When you stumble at a woman's beauty, you're gonna allow her to get away with certain things.
Yes.
You're gonna allow her to do certain things that is contrary to what God says. Oh, because she's beautiful and I don't want to lose her.
She pleases your eyes.
Because she pleases my eyes. Well, listen, sister, I'll go get me another beautiful woman. Better and younger.
Right.
This woman that I get, she's gonna be like, she late 20s, 30s. You gonna mess around with me, she's gonna be 15 years younger than me. And she bad, and she's gonna be bad. That's why God said, don't stumble at a woman's beauty. Don't allow her to do certain things that is contrary to God. Why I said that? Because she ain't the only beautiful woman. Don't stumble at that. That's what I mean. Men do that. Oh, please don't let me. What? Go ahead. See you. See you later. Just go get something better. That's it. Find something better.
Read. And desire her not for pleasure.
Don't desire her for pleasure. That's not the only thing to desire a woman for. It's for pleasure. It's for sex. That's all you desire this woman here for. That's all you want this woman for in this house is for sex. Then you got the wrong mindset, man. Tom Sheep.
A woman, if she maintained her husband.
A woman, if she maintains her husband,
is full of anger.
Is what?
Is full of anger.
Full of anger. Now, it says a woman, if she maintains her husband. What do you mean by if a woman maintains her husband? If a woman is taking care of him. A woman that's taking care of another man, paying the bills, doing everything, is what?
Is full of anger.
She's going to be full of anger. She's going to be tight. Full of anger. Man, why don't you go get a job? Why don't you go bring some in? You can't blame the woman. Because all you do is sit down here, sit in front of the TV, and watch soap operas. While the women go outside, soap operas. While the women go out there and work, bust her butt, come home, and she gotta cook. At least you could get up and cook something. She out there working, might as well.
The roles have been changed.
The roles has been changed, right? It says she maintains her husband is full of anger,
impudence,
and
much reproach.
Much reproach. Go ahead.
A wicked woman abated the courage.
A wicked woman abated the courage. What abate means? To lose. Whose courage? Who loses courage? The man loses the courage. The wicked woman is going to break you down. How she break you down? Have you following her rules? Have you following what she want to do? God don't rule. She rules, and you got to conform to what she says. So you lost courage. You lost strength. Read.
Make it a heavy countenance.
Make it a heavy countenance.
And a wounded heart.
And a wounded heart.
A woman that will not comfort her husband in distress.
A woman, that's the job of a woman. I'm in distress. I'm stressed out. It's your job to comfort me in my distress.
Oh, yeah.
Not look at me in my distress. Oh, you be all right, and just walk.
Amen.
Leave. Give me a tap on my back. Oh, you be all right.
Amen.
But when I see you in distress, guess what I do? Guess what I do? I ain't gonna do it to my brother. Soraya, come here. Come here. Come here, Sister Hardmore. Come here, walk faster. When I see my woman in distress, I walk by. I said, hey, baby, why you crying, babe? Oh, I grab you. I show you comfort. I stroke your head, kiss you in the forehead, wipe your tears. But all I get is a tap on the back. Oh, baby, you be all right.
Or what's wrong with you?
Yeah, what's wrong with you? Why you acting? What's
You don't
wrong
see
with
what's
me?
wrong with me?
Now, Ahab,
And you didn't see that. That's why I said over and over, the sister gave a point. You have examples in the book that God had. Jezebel, a Zidonian queen, was married to a king in Israel named Ahab. Ahab wanted Naboth's vineyard because his vineyard was close to Ahab's palace. When he went to Naboth to get his vineyard, he was turned back. He said, man, this is my inheritance. So Ahab went back into his house, sad, sulky, wasn't eating. He's sad, wasn't eating no bread. So his wife Jezebel walked by. You know what she said to him? She said, why art thou being the king? Walking around here, or why you walking?
Don't you run
He
it?
said, you run the government. What happened? He told her what happened. She said, all right, don't worry about it, husband. He said, I'm going to get you the vineyard of Naboth.
Wives do that.
The point
Good
is,
wives
the
do that.
point is that the position and the distress of her husband, she wasn't
She
trying
had
to
to do
see
something.
him that
She
way.
had to do something.
And whatever she had to do to please him, she went out, got that vineyard. He said, hey, husband, I got the vineyard. He said, go on and get it. It's yours. That's an example. That's what she's supposed to do. Please her husband. And she did it. Tom, see? A woman that will not comfort her husband
in
in distress,
make it weak
hands,
and
and feeble knees. Tom, see?
Of the woman came the beginning of
Of
sin.
the woman came the beginning of sin. Yes. Yes. Sin began with her because she was the first one that ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. People look at that and say, oh, it's fiction. There's nothing fiction about
They
that.
don't want to admit the truth.
They don't want to admit the truth. People look at that and say it's fiction. They said Adam had 2 wives. The other wife was Lily. You know what that is? Jewish folklore. What is a folklore?
A tale that's not true.
A tale that's not true.
Like Aesop's fable.
Like Aesop fables. Why do we continue to believe such a thing? Because you have a block. Somewhere in your brain, God has put pull a wall over your brain, pull a shade right there. I don't know what's going on in your brain, but God gonna put some static and pull a couple curtains down, pull a couple shields down to where your brain can't think past certain level. God left you at a certain level, got you thinking that folklore is true. Adam had 2 wives. Come on, man.
Those things are made up.
Please.
Those things are made up by witches.
Please.
All those stories.
Jewish folklore is witches and warlocks. Lilith is a real demon.
That's a demon.
That's a sexual demon. That's a demon that comes to men in their sleep. You heard of wet dreams? Nocturnal emissions? Yeah.
Succubus. That's
right.
What we call it.
Called the succubus. That's right.
Those are demons.
And there is a sexual demon that visit women in their sleep.
Incubus.
It's called incubus. The name of the demon is Asmodeus. We read about that in the Apocrypha also. Adam only had 1 wife, man. That was Eve. That's it. There were trees in the garden. All over. There wasn't beings. The fruit,
trees.
the tree of knowledge of good and evil was not Eve's private part. That's what people say.
She was not the tree.
She wasn't the tree.
Where a lot of religion come from.
Exactly.
A lot of religion come from that belief.
Exactly. Time sheet.
On the woman came the beginning of sin,
Uh-huh.
and through her we all die.
Uh-huh.
Give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad.
Uh-huh.
If she go
It
not
said,
as-
don't give a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. Freedom to go wheresoever. And even in the book, it says, don't give a men liberty to go. It said that for both, man and woman. Read.
if she go not as thou wouldest have her,
If you don't go the way I want you to go, then what?
cut her off from thy
Cut her
flesh,
off from her flesh. No more sex.
and give her a bill of divorce,
Write up the divorce
and let her go.
and let her go. That's it. That's it. Let's go into one more chapter. Right? Now, let's go to Ecclesiasticus. Lost my chapter. Let me see where I'm at. Boom, boom, boom. Go to chapter 34.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 34.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 34.
The hopes of a man void of understanding are vain and false.
The hopes of a man that don't have no understanding, that don't depart from evil, that have no understanding of God, is all vain, is all vanity, is all false. It's all false and all vain. I read.
And dreams lift up fools.
Dreams lift up fools. Dude done had a dream. God ain't in it. God ain't nowhere in the dream. Got nothing to do with it. But he's all lifted up about the dream. Right?
Whoso regarded dreams is like him that catcheth a
It ain't there. See, if you regard a dream, he compared the dream to a shadow.
You trying to catch a shadow?
The shadow, when you let this sister jump towards that shadow and see where she gonna end up. Into the wall. It ain't there. It's not happening. Go ahead.
And follow it after the wind.
Uh-huh.
The vision of dreams is the resemblance of one thing to another, even as the likeness of a face to a face. Of an unclean thing, what can be cleansed?
Of an unclean thing, what can be cleansed?
It's unclean.
It's unclean already.
It stays that way.
It stays that way. It reminds that can go into different avenues. You know how many avenues I can take that to? I can take that to humans. I can take that to mankind and womankind. I can take that so many places. Why do I expect something good to come out of something that is not good? How can I expect good to come out of a person that is no good? That he has no good in him? How can I expect good to come out of a woman that she has no good in her? And what is the good that God, always speak about is the good that a man have in him, the determination to serve God. Read.
And from that thing which is false, what truth can come?
From that which is false, where you gonna find the truth in? You can't find no truth in these folklores. You can't find no truth in this Jake story. You can't find no truth in these Egyptians idols and mythical deities. You can't find no truth in none of that. Read.
Divinations, and soothsaying,
Divinations,
and dreams,
soothsayings, dreams
are vain.
Are all vain.
And the heart fancy it, as a woman's heart in travail.
What do you mean by fancy it? You know what fancy it is? One that has a special liking or interest. Okay? It said what?
And the heart fancy.
And the heart fancy.
As a woman's heart in travail.
As a woman's heart in travail. Tom sheep.
If they be not sent from the Most High in thy visitation, set not thy heart upon
If God ain't in it, don't even believe it. You gonna know if God is in it. Tom sheep.
For dreams have deceived many,
Mm-hmm.
and they have failed that put their trust in them.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord shall be found perfect without lies. The
Uh-huh.
wisdom is perfection to a faithful mouth.
The law shall be found perfect without lies. There is no loopholes in the laws of God. There's no loopholes in this. And what? And wisdom is perfection to a faithful mouth. Tom, see?
A man that had traveled knoweth many things.
A man that had traveled know a lot, have a lot of knowledge about different lifestyles. I'm not only in Brooklyn. I have never left Brooklyn. The furthest you went was Manhattan, Queens, Staten Island. What knowledge you have about life? You got to get out the country. Travel. Go to different countries. See different lifestyle. Then you'll begin, your understanding will begin to broaden.
Jacob was among the children of the east.
Mm-hmm. Tom, see?
And he that has much experience will declare wisdom.
And he that had much experience will declare wisdom. That's right. Read.
It's true. He that had no experience knoweth little,
Mm-hmm.
but he that had traveled is full of prudence.
Mm-hmm.
When I traveled, I saw many things, and I understood more than I
He
can
said,
express.
man, when I traveled, I saw a lot of things when I traveled, and I can't even explain it. I can't explain it. Read.
I was oft times in danger of
A
death.
lot of times I was in trouble. I was in death. Uh-huh.
Yet I was delivered because of these things.
Yet, because of my wisdom and my knowledge about certain things, that's what delivered me. Read.
The spirit of those that fear the Lord shall live.
The spirit of those that fear God shall live. That's heavy. You hear that? He said the spirit of God, the spirit of the souls that fear God is going to live. What do you mean by that? We got to die. We got to die to live. But the only one that's going to live after death, you got to fear God. You got to fear God. The spirit don't die. He's going to live. That's right. Tom, see.
For their hope is in him that saveth them.
That's right.
Whoso feareth the Lord shall not fear, nor be afraid.
Whoso feareth God shall not fear, nor be afraid.
For he is his hope.
Because you hope in God. Read.
Blessed is the soul of him that feareth the Lord.
Blessed is the soul that feareth the Lord.
To whom doth he look? And who is his strength? For the eyes of the Lord upon them that love him. He is their mighty protection and strong stay. A defense from heat and a cover from the sun at noon. A preservation from stumbling and a help from falling. He raiseth up the soul and lighteneth the eyes and giveth healing, health, life, and blessing. He that sacrificeth of a thing wrongfully gotten, his offering is ridiculous. And the gifts of unjust men are not accepted.
The gifts of unjust men ain't accepted. Read.
The Most High is not pleased with the offerings of the wicked. Neither is he pacified for sin.
Say, he that sacrifices of a thing wrongfully gotten, his offering is ridiculous. If your offering is ridiculous, it ain't accepted of God. God not going to accept your offering, right? It said the gifts of unjust men are not accepted. The Most High is not pleased with the offerings of the wicked. So in order for God to accept my offering, again, I have to be accepted of him. That's it. Tom, see?
Neither is he pacified for sin by the multitude of sacrifices.
You can't pacify God by sending up all these sacrifices and offering if I keep sinning. The only way for us to pacify God with these offerings, I got to restrain from sinning. I got to stop transgression. Read.
Whoso bringeth an offering of the goods of the poor, do it as one that killeth the son before his father's eyes. The bread of the needy is their life. He that defrauded him thereof is a man of blood. He that taketh away his neighbor's living slayeth him. And he that defrauded the laborer of his hire is a bloodshedder.
He said, whoso bringeth an offering of the goods of the poor. Why I gotta go to the poor man? Take his goat and bring it to God for an offering? Why I couldn't go in my own barn and take my own goat? Why I gotta take it from the poor man? Well, that's his only goat, right?
Do
He
it,
says-
they do it as one that killeth the son before his father's eyes.
Compared it to that.
The bread of the needy is
The
their
bread
life.
of the needy is their life.
He that defrauded him thereof is a man of blood.
You defraud me, you tricked me of that, and you defraud me from that. It's like you murdered. It's like you murdered. Tamshi.
He that taketh away his neighbor's living slayeth him.
And
And he that defrauded the laborer of his hire
it's a
is a bloodshedder.
Tamshi.
When one build it and another pull it down, what profit have they then but labor?
What's the sense of working together? We can't work together like this. If I'm building and when I leave, you pull everything down, then what's the use? We got to build together. We got to come together and build together. I can't be looking to excel and build while you're pulling down what I built. We're not going to get anywhere, Tamshi.
When one prayed and another cursed, whose voice will the Lord hear? He that washeth himself after the touching of a dead body. If he touch it again, what availeth his washing?
He that washeth himself after the touching of a dead body. If he touch it again, then what's the use of washing? That makes 100% sense. I done washed already because I was unclean. Now I go and sit my butt back in this unclean chair, then why did I wash? What's the sense of washing? Tamshi.
So is it with a man that fasted for his
So
sins
is it with a man that fasted for his sins
and goeth again
and goeth again
and doeth the
and
same?
do it the same.
Who will hear his prayer?
Who will hear his prayer?
Or what doth his humbling profit?
What's the sense of praying? And what is your humbling gonna profit? Nothing. Because I done went and fasted for my sin, and whatever I fasted for, I done violated and went and did the same thing over again. And with that, I already got what's bought. And I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Call up the next speaker, Chief Mika Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect and all honor to my father and my teacher and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dono of the tribe of Levi. Giving all due respect to Chief Ben, Prince Men, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters. I bid you out the tongue of our forefathers. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
Exodus chapter 21. It said, now these are the judgments which thou shalt set before them. He said, these are the penalties. These are how you're going to handle situations that come up. Okay? He said, thou buy a Hebrew servant, because the children of Israel came out of slavery rich. When they came out of Egypt, they came out very, very wealthy. Very wealthy. They spoiled the Egyptians. Okay? Everything that they found in Egypt was really nothing and left back. The Hebrews left out with everything. So they had wealth, they had cattle, they had gold, they had silver, brass. And they were able, once you have that, you're able to have what they say is hired help, which is a servant. It says, so if you buy a Hebrew servant, this is for the Hebrew person. You have people who will serve you from different nations. It could be a Hebrew, a Moabite, a Babylonian. But this particular thing is, if you have a Hebrew servant, then once you have a Hebrew servant, one of your own kind, he has to be treated, the rules is different. Because back being a slave, you have no say-so. You have names, no say-so in no matter. If your master come and tell you, I want you to marry this maidservant, That's what you got to do. You know that?
Mm-hmm.
And vice versa. He's the one that arranged marriages. He would say, well, look, man, I must take the maid servant, the man servant. He has a daughter now. And I marry that daughter to my son. All of these things are valid. So it said, if thou buy an Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve.
And in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing.
He doesn't stay, because once you have a servant back then, it's permanent. With the rest of the world, everybody else is a permanent thing. You don't go nowhere. But if it's a Hebrew servant, I have one of my own kind. He works for 6 years. It's like a contract. It's like a contract a player has for a sports team. You're going to do these 6 years here with us. We give you such and such amount for these 6 years. In the 7th year, you released after the 7th year. He becomes what? A free agent. So it's the same clause here, same stipulation. If you buy a Hebrew servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he go out free for nothing. Meaning, if he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself.
Mm-hmm.
I brought this guy, brought him in, and he didn't have nothing with him. He didn't have no money, nothing in the bank, nothing. Gave him a spot in my house, fed him, clothed him, make sure he's good. He's good every day now. And he works for me. He's my servant now. When the 7th year come around, I have to let him go. I have to release him. I can't expect for him to stay here and keep serving me. I have to release him. He'll come and say, hey, man, the 7th year is coming up. But look, man, I'm not going nowhere. I said, okay, that's good to know. But when that 7th year up, I still got to release you. It's up to you to stay. I still have to relinquish you from your duties.
Mm-hmm.
I have to still play that part, okay? If he came in by himself now, whatever he came in with is what he leave with.
Mm-hmm.
So if he came in with nothing, he leave out with nothing,
Mm-hmm.
all right? If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. He was married when he was hired, when I hired him. He came in married with a wife. So when I let him go, his wife go with him. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Read.
If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he was married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master had given him a wife, she had borne him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her masters, and he shall go out by himself.
He got to go by himself. He came in by himself. While he was there, he didn't have a wife yet. He didn't have children yet. He said she had borne him sons, and he gave him a wife. The master hooked him up, gave him a wife. Now he has a wife. He got sons, he got daughters. The wife and her children stays with the master. When he gets released, they don't go with him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it sounds cruel. Somebody told me this week that this sounded, they brought this up and said, hey man, that doesn't sound. I said, all right. I brought him back to Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Jacob came in with nothing. Laban, yeah, he played games. He did play games. This is why God switched all of Laban's games on him. That's the only reason why God got stepped in and did certain things, because Laban switched the games up. He gave him, he said, okay, man, I see you like my daughter Raquel. He has the authority to give it to him. Jacob works for him. He said, look, this is the deal. You're going to hire it as my servant to take care of my cattle. Okay? For such and such amount of years. When that, he said, okay, solid. At the end of those years, just happened to be 7, right?
Right.
At the end of 7, I'll give you Raquel, my daughter, that love you. And I just see that she's fond of you also. But when the 7th year came up, he didn't get Raquel, he got Leah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And because he's a righteous man, godly man, He didn't say, well, look, man, I got tricked, so that don't count. It do count. If she was a virgin, you went into her. He said, that's why God said in another part, one part, unless the father utterly refused, you got to keep her. You got to keep her. She can't go. She can't get tired and leave. You can't get tired of her and send her out or you leave. The only person that can make that split up is the father. Mm-hmm. Because why? You humbled her. You humbled her, got out of her father's house, but her father still don't want you with her. Mm-hmm. So she could be pregnant, right or wrong. Yeah. Don't matter. See, these laws are cruel to people who don't live by them. These laws are cruel to people or strange to people who have not been trained in this manner of fashion. Jacob went in with nothing, and he came out richer than Laban. Mm-hmm. And what Laban said, man, these are still mine, man. He said, man, you didn't let me kiss my kids. Mm-hmm. Those kids you had, those are my children. These are my daughters. He said, you didn't allow me to kiss them and send them off. You stole away unawares. Mm-hmm. Okay? But the real reason was, to tell you the truth, he thought Jacob took his idols. That was the real reason why. That's the real reason why he chased the man down across the desert. Some shit.
And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go free. Then his master shall bring him unto the judges.
So the servant, most likely the servant ain't going nowhere. I'm not. You won't. Not unless you have, like Jacob, he got to go back to his parents. I wasn't sent out here to live out here forever. It's a time frame now. I got to go back. There was no time frame. She said, go out there. Right? And stay out there until when? She just said, go out there. Because she heard that Esau is going to kill him. So you stay out there, man. Some shit.
Then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door or unto the doorpost.
So now, I said, man, look, I ain't going nowhere, man. I love my wife. I love my children. I don't want to go. And they don't want me to go. I will not go out free. He said, then the master takes him unto the judges. To go to see the judges, you got to go to the gates of the city. Right? Mm-hmm. He shall also bring him to the door or unto the doorpost. And his master shall bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. You bring him to the door that's there, to the doorpost, okay, and bore his ear through with an awl. An awl was real sharp, looked like a toothpick. It's a hard piece of wood, looked like a sharp piece of wood. And that they put that through his ear to show a sign that now he's a servant forever. This means that's it now. He don't go out no more. Okay? That chance is over. He had his option to leave. Now that this is all done as a witness in front of the judges. Okay? All those judges are witnesses that this guy here does not want to leave. So later on, if the man act up and don't want to stay now, he's a violation of that. They said, well, no, you said you wanted to stay. You said you wanted to stay. So you can't go against that now. And you had the all bore through your ear. Now, that's something, I don't know the exact reason or what that does, right? But God, it ain't explaining. But that has something to do, it binds that man now. So he can't go, whatever it is in the spirit, he's binded. He cannot go against that. And it's witnesses that saw that. It's like documentation. Like when you go to courthouses and you get the paper, and you gotta go to the clerk house and they gotta stamp it or get something notarized. That was, to me, was a notarization. And this guy's not going nowhere. So he bore his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. This is why people wear earrings. In the ancient world, earrings were for slaves and servants.
Right.
You belong to someone. That's why and they said, yo, Aaron, get up, make us gods. He said, well, look, man, give me all the earrings that's in your ears and in your son's ears, because they were all slain. Okay? And that was so much people with so much earrings, he was able to make a golden calf.
Mm-hmm.
That was a big thing. That was like big, a statue. That golden calf was a statue, like the Statue of Liberty. You driving on the road sometime, you look, you can see it. Why? Because it's big. Back then, that's where they got it from. He says, she pleased not her master. No, if a man sell his daughter.
His master shall bore his head through with an awl, and he serve it forever. If a man sold his daughter to be a maidservant,
now,
she should.
I was told, oh man, see, I'm glad you made a point earlier. I'm glad you made that point earlier. You said everybody wasn't Hebrews.
No.
And Hebrews are not all black people. I showed people this week, because this conversation piece is very hot now to everybody. And I showed them all the peoples that come from Yafet, Ham, and Shem. Now in the ancient world, the Shemites,
Right.
the Yaphites, and the Hamites, this was a custom amongst everybody. If you're poor, you don't have no money, your daughter, you got daughter or daughters, you can sell her to be a maidservant.
It was a business.
That was business. And look, oh, that's not cruel. It's not cruel. You're not doing nothing cruel to her.
No. Because when she
Because
left,
look,
and able to take
I
care
ain't
of
selling
herself.
my daughter to any guy. I'm not playing, man. It's not an auction. Anybody could come in the highest bidder. That's not how it went.
Told to the man.
The father arranged it.
Trusted.
The father arranged it. He said, look, man, I need some money, and I have daughters here, man. I will sell you for her because she's a virgin. She know how to cook, read, write, all of this things. She
He
knows
sell
God.
for a couple of years. He get furnished. He get it back.
Get her back. She just don't go out as the maids at the men's service. Right. She don't go out like the men. That's the difference. So, it's because it's females that's asking me this. So they said, oh, wow. I said, it's not that. She's just out there. He just sell her off to anybody. He go in the corner and sell her off. That's not how it was done.
No.
The father, first of all, you're going to go to a man that got money to do all of this. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Because most of the time, she gonna wind up getting married to that same master. That master, she good enough, he keeping her to himself. He gonna marry her, or he gonna marry her to his sons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He can't sell her to a stranger. He can't do that to a strange nation.
No.
She can't go out like the men do. He says, she shall not go out as the men's servants do. Verse 8.
If she pleased not her master, who had betrothed her to himself.
See, he betrothed her to himself. He engaged her to marry her to himself. But she doesn't please him. That could be a number of things when a woman is not pleasing to a man. See, today what matters is the man pleasing to the woman. And okay, but where mine's at? I'm supposed to get this first. Now you don't get none. And it's all uplifting, is the concerning of the woman. But the way this thing goes, let the man get the man the throne, let him do his thing, and you will be all right. This is why I wasn't cruel. Okay? She came back. Now, in this case, She don't please. It said, then shall he let her be redeemed. You know what redeemed mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sell her back to who? The Father. Not somebody else.
Let him come snatch her up.
Okay.
He let her go.
Right. He can't just say, well, look, you don't please them, we'll get out of here. Boom. Because I
Can't
got
sell
her.
Can't sell it to another nation.
Can't sell it. You can't do that.
Do it back to her father.
All right? She shall be redeemed. And who you get redeemed to?
Your family.
Family.
Kins.
Next of kin. Isn't that the same situation with Ruth and Boaz?
Right.
Boaz was a righteous man. He said, well, look, man, hold on. Let's see if a next of kin that is closer relative than me. And there was one. A man did, I forgot his name, but there
Eliminate.
I forgot his name. But there was a next of kin that was more closer kin than Boaz was.
And he didn't want it.
And he gave him the option. And he said, nah, man, you go ahead, man. I'm good. Then Boaz moved in and took her for wife. And he wanted her. He already had it in mind. He said, look, man, I want her for wife. This is my match right here. How she deal with me, her mannerism, how she think. This is what I want in a wife.
You know how many years her husband died?
Man,
And she stayed to herself all them years?
Man, listen.
Until she got to Boaz.
You know why? When, in this book I read, if a woman was married and her husband died, if she get with a man again, it's because she's married to him. They didn't date. They didn't go on Tinder. They didn't meet up with Snapchat. It's a whole adult friend finder, all types of stuff. They kept to themselves. They stayed a widow. And the Most High looked out for the widow because of that.
That's right.
Most of the widows stayed widows. You just had exceptions. Like Nabal. God killed Nabal. He stopped David to go kill him, and he killed him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then his wife, Abigail, became David's wife. Okay? That was a different situation. You know why he married her? Because he seen the type of woman she was towards her husband and God.
Naomi.
Ruth, mother-in-law, Naomi. Man, he's an honorable woman. Like we're busting our butt. We be reading, right? And trying to pattern it, reading about what the men do. We try to pattern it. We gear ourselves to do it and kick ourselves in the butt. But the woman don't read what the woman doing here and do the same thing. That's the problem. The woman got to read what Sarah did. She wasn't selfish. Okay? Like the man said earlier, this has nothing to do with sex. I got a husband here. I'm the woman. I got a husband here. I can't have no baby for him. But I got a maid, and she can. And I ain't worried about her. She ain't taking him from me. That didn't even occur. That didn't even come out of Hagar. What Hagar felt she didn't have to listen to Sarah no more because she's pregnant. She thought she was on the same level. That's why Abraham said, yo, you are her master. You are her mistress. Handle that. I got nothing to do with that. It wasn't my idea to go into her either. But the purpose was for him to have a son.
Mm-hmm.
The purpose was for the man to have a son. She did not get selfish. If she was selfish, Ishmael would have been born. Abraham would have had to sit around with Hagar. Then when he get caught, you see what happens? You see what it breeds? You see what it does? Because everything, once the man or the woman is out of their out of the position that God made them to be, it makes everything whacked out.
Mm-hmm.
Country.
If she please not her master who hath betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To sell her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he had dealt deceitfully with her.
He dealt deceitfully with her. God said, God tells us what is deceit. And it ain't just the meaning we know it to be. You know what I'm saying? He said, don't do that. Don't sell her to a strange nation just because she don't satisfy you or she don't please you. Whatever the case pleasing is, okay? Don't do that because she came out her father's house. You didn't find her in a bar.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't, she's walking down the street. Hey, yo, ma, hey, yo, how you? And she stopped and you start talking and you get to her. He didn't find her like that. Okay? So she don't go out like that. Come see.
If he had betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters.
Uh-oh.
If he take him,
If he had betrothed her, he didn't betroth her to himself. He betrothed her to his son.
right,
Ain't no redeeming, ain't no going back.
right,
You don't go nowhere. Because I married her to my son. Okay? So ain't that much. I'm not the husband now. The son is. So if you have control unto the son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. I have to deal with her, with my son's wife, wife,
like a daughter.
like if she is my own daughter.
Right.
And of course, the daughter is going to look at me as a father, as her father. I will get the same treatment and respect as if I was her father. And that's honorable too. It's honorable. Because you have people who don't have mother and father, right? And they have people who treat them as if they're their father and mother. And look, they grow old like that, right? And I say, yo, so then you find out later, biologically, that ain't even their mother or that ain't even his father. Right or wrong?
Right.
I said, oh, she said, nah, man, but she took me in. Okay? He took me in and treated me as a father. It said, Mordecai, forget that stuff about niece. He treated Shoshana, Esther, he treated her like his own daughter.
Mm-hmm.
That's more. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
You're gonna have more concern because that's you. Once I treat you like my own daughter now, you're gonna get at the concern that a father has over his daughter and the protection and everything else that come with it. Tell me.
And if he had betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish.
If he takes another wife, that means he may or he may not. Who's that up to?
Mm-hmm.
Who's that up to? Up to him. I know how much money I have. I know how much it costs. I know more or less to get if I want to have another wife, because it's gonna cost. You have to maintain them. You have to take care of them. They are your responsibilities now. And if you get another wife, things are not supposed to change with the former. He said her food, that same girl that her mama sold, her food, her raiment, and duty of marriage shall he not diminish. Nothing changes. So I understand sometimes when they say, okay, ever since you've been with her, you ain't never been here with me. You don't come. That part I can understand because it's duty of marriage. Yeah, I make sure you got food, you got everything, but I'm not there. And I have grown in experience to understand that part. Because the duty of marriage The duty of marriage is to deal with her in the matter of the bedroom. And that's the time they talk about. Because there's other things that go on before, during, and after. There's a linking. We get to know each other more. We get more fond of each other. So the duty of marriage part, you ain't gonna be around you with the new wife all the time. So tell you how to, all right, yeah, okay. You gotta know how to juggle. Because you're juggling now. You gotta know how to juggle. You can't drop the ball. You see the bowling pins? I'm juggling 3 bowling pins. I can't drop it because I added the pin. I got 4 now. Now the 4 come in, I gotta widen my hands. In juggling, in the tricks, you widen your hand now to keep the pins going. If you fall, that's metaphorically speaking, nothing diminishes when you get a new wife. Whatever she was getting stays the same. It doesn't diminish. Tells you.
And if we do not these 3 unto her, then shall she go out free without money. Yes,
without money, you cannot charge. You're not getting a penny for her.
Can't sell her.
You can't sell her. Nothing. No redeem, no redemption, no selling, no nothing. Because you're not doing your job. You're not doing your part. Look at her clothes and look at your new wife clothes. Look at her children that you got with her and look at you love these more than you love them. It happens. Because later in the law it says, man, if a man had 2 wives and one wife is hated more than the other, make sure that the wife, the wife of the one that's hated has the firstborn son, the eldest son, and he has to get double. And he got what 3 more sons beside him. They all got to get it. You can't disregard them because of whatever problem you hate, or you hate the first wife. See, God is the fairness of everything. Even certain things keep the men in line. He's saying, if you do not these 3 unto her, then shall she go out free without money. He that smited the man so that he die shall be surely put to death. So if I go outside tonight and somebody come aggressively to do bodily harm to me, and he swing, and I move back and I hit him, and my hit him so hard, and when he hit the ground, he died.
That's self-defense.
That's not what this means here. Okay?
Self-defense.
It's saying, if a man lie not in wait, but God deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint thee a place whither he shall flee. So that's the same case. Right now, if that happens outside right now, and the man died, we get into something, I hit the dude and he died, I can't come back upstairs. I can't go home. I can't go nowhere where I'm known. I gotta run. Why? I'm gonna get locked up. Because the body's still. And God, back then it was the same way. Because guess what? The police ain't coming after you. His family, his next of kin, his brother, you know what I'm saying? That's who's gonna come. They have all rights to come after you, whether it was a mistake or not, or self-defense or not.
Mm-hmm.
You see how these laws move? These are the laws that we were given to deal with each other with.
Yeah.
He says, so if a man lie not in wait, now if you lied in wait to ambush him, okay, and he died under the ambush, God ain't covering him. He said, but God, he didn't ambush him. He got into it with him, and the dude died. He said, God will deliver him into his hand. He said, then I will appoint thee a place,
whether he shall flee.
I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna designate certain spots. And this is where, if anything like this happens, hey, I had the knife in my hand and I'm cutting up fruits and stuff, right? I don't know that you behind me. I don't know you behind me. Boom, boom, boom. So I say, hey, yo, Nick, I turn around, the knife in my hand, and stab you with it by accident. These things happen. I didn't mean to do it. It said the man is swinging the axe. He gave you an example. If we swinging the axe and the axe head fly off and hit you in the head, you die from stuff like that. That's iron. He said, if that happened, man, that man has a chance to flee for his life. But who is he fleeing from? Like I said again, not the police. He's fleeing from the revenger, his family, his brothers. And those places that God appointed them is the city of refuge. Those are cities of refuge, and they're Levitical cities. Don't you know that too? Those cities of refuge that God appointed the fugitive to go to, those are city of Levites in the suburbs. They're well protected. And you got to stay there. You know, when you got until the priest of that city dies. Every city got a priest. It's not just one priest in Jerusalem and that's it. In towns far away, you got priests over here, you got priests over here, you got priests in every city. They're officiating every city. Time sheep.
But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with God,
His neighbor, not the enemy, not the Moabite, not the Babylonian, not the Assyrian, his neighbor, his brother, one who served the same God as him. That's what this is for. Okay? Presumptuously upon his neighbor. Now I decide to kill my brother. Not my actual brother, but my brother that lived like me. Another brother. I'm plotting to kill him. This is presumptuous upon his neighbor to slay him with guile. You know what the guile is? You're not going to see it coming. The way I move, I'm going to be in the bushes waiting for him. When he come out of his house, grab him, put him in the bushes. Guile. I lay in wait. Lay in wait means ambush. I'm sitting in a tinted car, strapped, waiting for him. But I'm not supposed to do that with my brother or one that lives and serves God like me. I got to deal with it different or stay away from him, keep distance. Right or wrong?
that's right.
That's what God's, from what I read, this is why a lot of brothers, violated brothers, I've seen violations in camps, amongst many camps and many brothers. They say, you know what? Let that go only because he's an Israelite. Only because, even though he did this thing over here, he served the same God I serve. He acknowledged the same God I acknowledge. He may not do what I do, but do what he may. And that's what makes today your brother.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes today the Hebrews today. Because it's not a biological thing today. What makes it biological is that we follow the same code here. It's the brotherhood of the raccoon lodge. What makes the raccoon lodge a brotherhood? The rules that they got. They got rules.
Yeah.
Whatever rules that they got, that's what makes them a brotherhood. Thou sheep.
Thou shalt take him from mine altar that he may die. And he that smited his father or his mother shall
So
surely
now
be
you
put
say,
to
I
death.
shall take him from his altar that he did. That means a lot of dudes ran to that altar. God knew it. God said, look, man, certain dudes gonna do certain things and they're gonna run and hold on to the horns of the altar. Thinking that, hey, this is where the priest sacrifices burnt offerings to God and it's accepted. So maybe I will be accepted if I hold on to this and won't get killed. That's not gonna save you. Didn't save Joab. He held on to the horns of the altar. And he said, well, look, if you want me, man, you want to kill me, you're going to kill me right here. Thinking that was going to save him.
Yeah.
He went back to Solomon, told Solomon, he said, Solomon, it's not my job to do it.
Right.
Okay? Certain things it's not my job to say. I got to get it from the head. Now, the king said, he's holding on to the horns of the altar. He said, all right, now kill him where he at. Slay him right where he at. God didn't say to Solomon, yo, you was wrong for letting him do none of that. First of all, the dude went against my power. He went against my father.
But he had it coming anyway. Certain people got it coming anyway. David dead. David was dead. That's when the body started dropping. That's when the body started dropping. Everything seemed cool. All right, yo, you go over there. Yeah, boom, 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 boom. But I remember what my daddy told me about you. I ain't gonna forget that. And that's what Solomon did. Yo, this is real stuff, man. You in here, you kill my brother, I kill your whole family, I wipe up your whole city. I wipe your whole city out. The kids won't live, nothing. And none of that is, oh God, that's murder. Don't murder the heathens. God would never say, don't murder. We can't do it. Okay? We can't do it. There was times when God told the Israelites, I want you to run down on these people and take everything. Take everything they got, whatever you want, and take it and bring them back. They woman, they kid, whatever. There's other times God said, run down on them, kill everything, don't touch nothing. Right? Don't bring nothing, not even a wedge of gold. Don't bring nothing back. Because these people are so messed up, they're so cursed up. Their possessions, all they're going to do is bring what people call bad energy, right? It's going to bring bad spirits with them, all this stuff. God says corrupt. It's going to make you and your house corrupt when you bring it around. Leave that. There are other times they bring the woman back. These are different battles that God and Moses sent the children of Israel to battle and invade other nations. And one time they invaded the Midianites. And they brought back all the children, all the little ones. They killed all the men. All the men died and brought everybody else back, which was the woman and the little ones. When Moses heard that, he said, he got tight.
Yeah.
He said, did y'all save the woman alive? These are the same women, okay, who used their wiles. You know what that means? That's why I say gaze not upon a beautiful woman. They use their beauty, their bodies, to make you come over here with them. That's what that means. Okay? And that's what happened. And when they called them to the men, left where God had them at, left the protection of God and the holiness. And they went with these girls, these women. They started having sex with them. They started serving and bowing down to their gods. And they ate of their food. And they left the Most High God and cleaved and joined to a deity named Baal Peor, which was the Lord of the opening, Lord of the plain. And that made them corrupt. So God said, look, man, because they did that and got you messed up, by you messing up, got me mad at you. So now you gotta go and get these guys back for what they did. They couldn't get you straight up. So they set the woman at you. They set you up with a woman. You feel me?
Right.
They do that today. In the hood, they do that today. You meet a girl, you think everything cool, you link up with her, you go to sleep, you wake up, a gun is in your face. And 3 dudes with masks in the house. And they got you now. And you might not live from that. Home invasion. They say, lining you up. They line you up. They did the same thing. Okay, we're gonna leave this now. We're gonna back up a couple of chapters. Okay, Exodus chapter 19. It said in the 3rd month, when the children of Israel were going forth out of the land of Egypt. Now, we all know about Egypt, and that the Hebrews, the Israelites, the children of Israel were slaves. They wound up slaves in the land of Egypt. These are the children
of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jacob had 12 sons. Those sons had many sons, and they had many sons, and it spread. 400 years later, they wound up in Egypt. That family wound up in Egypt, right? And 400 years later, they came out as slaves. The reason why they went into Egypt is because there was a famine throughout the rest of the earth. The only place you could get food was in Egypt. Like today. Like today. No, what was it? Baby formula. Remember?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Couple like 6-7 months ago, you couldn't get no baby formula.
Yeah.
And what was the consequences of that? Kids was getting sick. Babies was getting sick.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Or they had to end up getting breastfed, and then the results get
But
breast.
see, there in this day and age, most women don't breastfeed no more. Some of them want to and they can't. They say, well, the baby won't take it, I try. Maybe the baby don't like what's in the breast. You ever thought about that? But he's supposed to eat a certain diet. A woman is supposed to eat a certain way. That milk is supposed to be undeniable to the baby. I've never seen a puppy deny its mother's milk. Did you? I've never seen a kitten deny its mother's milk. Did you? A cow. Matter of fact, we drink our animals' milk. We're backwards. That's why the baby formula is where everybody is dependent on it. Because from birth, from the time a woman gets pregnant, all right, she starts lactating. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Showing signs that that's what the breasts are for. They're not for me and you, brother.
Right.
Okay? That's why God gave the breast. You know that? It's like a faucet. Without that there, when you turn the knob, the water spray all over the place. So God designed a woman's body with breasts so that when she has babies, it gets filled with milk over the course of her pregnancy. So by the time she's feeding that baby, it's nutrients and everything is there. Look, that baby don't need nothing else.
Right.
And in the ancient world, they would breastfeed a child till you're 6-7 years old.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay? That's their milk. We deprive men and women, because it's men who made the powdered milk and bottles. They didn't have bottles back then.
That's right.
No bottle existed back then in Egypt, in Israel, in Africa. No bottle existed back then.
They breastfed.
And they're not putting food in that newborn baby mouth, right? Okay. She had to breastfeed. Most women don't like it. They say it hurts. You didn't say that last night.
Okay.
Can't go there. I'm gonna tell you what just came to mind. I can't say, but I'm gonna have it's a joke for later. But that's what it's for. Because when a dog, you get a dog, a female dog from a puppy, right? You see the little breast. It's real small. But as she get bigger and bigger, when she get pregnant, you see it bursting.
Right.
It's filled up with milk and it's getting ready. This is how God equipped how a mother feed the child. We rob the child from that from the beginning. When we take away the breast and stuff bottles and pacifiers in their mouth.
Okay.
The pacifier give them gas. That's why all kids get gas. Everything comes from the Lord. Man has changed the order of things. Our babies be sick, snot and mucus.
Yeah.
I ain't see. What was it? Behavior. I seen a sister breastfeed my cousin. He's my cousin. You know how big that boy is.
Weird.
You know how big he was when he was naturally like strong like a little ox. Smart, just smart. But that come from the mother's milk.
Your sister.
Tara, oh boy.
Oh man.
He was 4 years old and 6
Listen. You see, Yadim?
Mm-hmm.
See, he is capable of receiving education of a higher form.
That's right.
That's what that milk do.
That's right.
That's why the kids coming out dumb.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they want to play around. That's why you put them in front of the box and it's all about stupidness and cartoons.
That's a babysitter.
That's the babysitter.
Yeah.
Well, I give them get a babysitter. If you don't sit down with your children, the babysitter ain't doing it. The babysitter doing something else. Babysitter on the phone. Guess what? The child on the phone too.
Mm-hmm.
Why is a 3-year-old with their own phone? There's something going on wrong. Okay, you got your own phone. I will put in the phone what I want you to learn. You know you can do that?
Mhm.
That's right.
Parental guidance is all on this stuff. You can see, the women want to do it to us, but they're supposed to be doing it to their daughters and their sons. They want to track you on the phone.
Yeah.
You in your inbox, all of a sudden somebody in your inbox, but it ain't you. I know where you been. Is it your phone? You need to do that with them. Right now, there's little girls sneaking around with little boys right now. Hanging in hallways. No girl's supposed to be hanging in the hallways.
That's right.
Men hang in hallways.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I catch you and I tell her, I said, I bet yo, but she's down, her friends. Listen, man. Her friends hang in the hallway because of how they mother get down. They mothers hanging in hallways. Once they hang in the hallway, and I've seen generations, I've seen the mother do it, have a baby. I've seen that baby get up. As soon as she hit puberty, she hanging in hallways.
Mm-hmm.
That's just so I said, man, look, see, just like my mother, walked past. 3 days later, the person I said it to said, yo, same girl, little girl you was talking about? After 12 at night, walking with a little boy from 3 blocks down. Okay? Don't play, man. You cannot play. The heathen men, the women are going after Hebrew women are talking to Hebrew men. The Hebrew men already been talking to Hebrew. But we're going to get a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the Hebrew women don't even want to listen either.
True.
I told one about wearing pants. She told me I can wear pants and tell me all this other junk. I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that. Time sheet. No, I went to Exodus 19.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay.
In the 3rd month, when the children of Israel were gone forth out of the land of Egypt, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai.
90 days later, they came into Sinai. They got taken. God got them out of Egypt, destroyed Egypt, killed the males. All the males died, drowned out the army, killed Pharaoh, and took them out. 90 days later, he got them in the Sinai Peninsula. Today, they call it Arabia. Okay? They were in Africa when they was in Egypt. When they crossed the Red Sea, they were in the bottom of Asia, which is the Middle East. Today it's called Saudi Arabia. That's Sinai. When you read in here, where's Sinai? Today it's called Saudi Arabia. And above Saudi Arabia, okay, if you remember from school what a peninsula is, a peninsula is a body of water, a body of land that's surrounded on 3 sides of water except one. It's not fully, so it's not an island. This part isn't the wall of water around, but not here. Here is land. This land, you keep going north, you in Israel now. It's connected to Israel. It's not part of Africa. When they came out of Egypt and they departed, went over the Red Sea, they wound up in Saudi Arabia, which is today they call it the Middle East. They do not call Saudi Arabia Africa.
Yeah,
Why?
Egypt is in northeastern
Egypt
Africa.
is in where?
Northeastern Africa.
Northeastern Africa. That means the northeastern point, east. Where Israel right here, right here, right here. This is Africa. They crossed a sea to get here.
We got
It's
out
a
of
different
Egypt.
continent.
Right. See, that's proof right there.
When you cross a sea
That's
or
crazy.
ocean and find another body of land, you ran into an island, a peninsula, or another continent. It is not the same continent. That is not Africa. We were slaves in Africa under African nations like the Egyptians and the Ethiopians, because there was a time called the Hyksos period where the Ethiopians went and took over and became kings in Egypt. Okay? All that is African. We came out of that. Now we in Saudi Arabia, what it's called today. And this is where the mountain of God is located. It's called Mount Sinai. So that's why they call this the wilderness of Sinai. This wilderness is really a desert. Nothing can grow there. You can't plant nothing there. There's no water. There's no birds singing. Okay? This is where the mountain of God is at. You know why? You know why? Because God is a separate God. He's a holy God. Okay? Nothing of his is around common things. Nothing of his is around everybody else stuff. God's things is always separate. You don't notice that? Everything with God, he said, yo, take my tabernacle, my tent, and move it away from these people, far away from them. I'm not going to walk among them no more. And I don't want them around it. That's why they had to gag. They had to leave. Look, but God said, move it far away. You had to walk for a while to get to the tabernacle. So when they came up there and said, kill Moses and kill Aaron, they knew what they was thinking. They knew what they was going to do when they left home. Because it's like a riot. It's like everybody leaving out their house, heading downtown. They going to City Hall. That tabernacle was like City Hall. That was the seat of the government of Israel, the first seat, that tabernacle. That's the tent of meeting. This is where all meetings take place, all statements, all declarations made here by the head. So God always, that's why he said, ye shall be holy because I'm holy.
But they were departed from Rephidim and will come to the desert of Sinai. And had pitched in the wilderness. And there Israel camped before the mountain.
It's a mountain range. There's millions of mountains out there. But there was one particular mount. We don't know which mountain it is. Because that's the Sinai mountain range. All those mountains are named Mount Sinai. And I notice that's how they do it in there. Whatever range that is called, like the Nebo range, you have Mount Nebo. But which one was Mount Nebo? We don't know. So there was a certain mountain that they went and camped in front of. That was the mountain of God. We're going to see why. Tell she.
And Moses went up unto God, and the Lord called unto him out of the mountain, saying, thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel, ye have seen what I did unto the Egyptians.
Now, God told Moses, come up to the mountain. God spoke to Moses. Now look, while God's speaking to him, he don't hear nothing. He don't see nothing. Moses don't see God. He don't see him. Hear him. He's up in that mountain. He's up there. And he hears him clearly. And he said, look, I want you to talk to the children of Israel and tell them, you saw what I did to the Egyptians, the 10 plagues. Okay? And now the Nile River turned into blood. The plague of frogs, the plague of lice, locusts, the plague of locusts. These are the 10 plagues. Darkness, okay? Firstborn, dying. God systematically destroyed their economy, their culture, their traditions, their gods, everything that they believe in, everything that made Egypt. God destroyed it with those 10 plagues. And he's telling the children of Israel, you saw what I did to them. You know that it was me that did it. Not that idol, not that statue, not that picture. You know. I mean, you have ultimate proof who I am, You know the real deal now. People say, "Oh, the truth, the truth." You say you can't handle the truth because God tell these people, "Yo, you know the truth. I gave you the truth. You saw what I did to them, right? And how I bear you on eagle's wings and brought you unto myself." I'm like the eagle. I took all of y'all on my wing and flew. They flew and glided with you on my shoulder. See how the rappers say, "Yo, I put Brooklyn on my shoulder. I put Brooklyn on my back." That's what God said. I put all of y'all on my back and I carried y'all out of Egypt.
Right.
You saw what I did to Egypt for you, and I carried you out of here, right? I supported you, Tanshi.
Now therefore, if you will obey my voice indeed, and keep my covenant, then you shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people, for all the earth is mine.
There's no reason why you shouldn't keep my covenant and obey my voice, because you know who God is now. That's why he's telling them. We said, well, look, if it's like that, and you see what I just did for you, ain't no doubt in your mind now. Okay? It should be no, because who have you ever called on that did stuff like that? Ain't that guy on the cross.
Right.
That guy on the cross is made up.
That's right.
They got him in Chinese, they got him white, they got him black, they got him Spanish. Okay? They got an Ethiopian one, they got a Haitian one, they got a Dominican one. I'll show you later.
That nigga is the God of the
Okay.
slaves.
He's the God of who?
Of the slaves.
And who are slaves? Everybody. Right? The slaves of weak people. Okay? He said, now that you know it's me and not the many gods of Egypt, because they are no gods. Because if any one of them was real, I wouldn't be able to do what I did to Egypt. How about that? How about that? That don't make sense. If they are gods, why did they come out and do battle with me? When I came to the place where their name is worshipped,
Okay.
why did they come and do battle with me?
That's right.
So all of that, God said, okay, so now that you know, and I showed you what it is now, you're going to obey my voice. Indeed. You know what indeed means? For sure. And keep my deal, keep my covenant. He said, then, if you do this, if you keep the covenant, you're going to be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. What does the word peculiar mean? Did you look that word up for me?
Peculiar.
And read the definition when you get it. Okay? It means that right now, you ain't a peculiar treasure. But if you obey my voice, you will be a peculiar treasure unto me. See, this is where we get it wrong. We always trying to impress people. And no, we got to teach the people. We ain't got to teach no people nothing. I teach my people. I teach my sons, my wives, my people. Okay? Anybody around me, they're gonna get it. They're gonna hear it. You don't like it, you're gonna have to get from around me. I don't go around you.
Yeah.
So I'm not out there to preach to nobody. That's not our job. Because God said, if you listen to my voice, you're gonna be a peculiar treasure unto me, unto God. You are not gonna be a treasure to the people of the world. They're not going to look at you that way. Israelites are messed up in the head that they think that they are the chosen ones to teach the whole world, and the whole world is supposed to listen. Just don't go like that. He said, God said, you're going to be special to me. You got it?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What peculiar mean?
Special,
Special.
belonging exclusively to one person.
Oh, so God don't want everybody in the world. I'm sorry, unless you do his commandments, unless you obey his voice and keep his covenant. I don't have to give money out to people out there.
Different from the usual or normal.
Different from the usual or normal. So you will be a different treasure. You will be an unusual treasure.
Different people.
You're going to be a different people, an unusual people. Y'all don't do usual stuff. Usual means the regular.
What the world do.
What the world do.
I'm different, nigga.
That's why we're supposed to get that.
That's right.
Act like you better than me. I am.
Really, I am. God said, but look. And that's where we get messed up at, right? Because we
Look, we gotta learn, like, see people like that say stuff like that. I am better than you. You just don't know.
You just don't know it.
See, God knows it. God knows better than you. Okay? That's why you don't want to listen. He don't want you to listen. He said, because you're going to be above all people. He said, for all the earth is mine. God said, everybody in it. He said, but you going to be on top of everybody. And you're going to be different. And you're going to, what he said, exclusively belonging to. You know what that means? Y'all can ride all those bikes over there. This bike, nobody rides it but me. Means exclusive, means holy, means separated.
That's right.
You see, you will be holy to God and separated to Him. You're going to be different. How I get down and this stuff I'm giving you is going to make you different to look, to me. I'm going to look at you different to everybody else.
That's right.
That's what this verse means. You're going to be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. You're going to be special to me above everybody else because everybody belongs to me, but you're going to be top notch. He said, and ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests. This is, he said, now if you do this, you do this, and you listen to me, in time, all of you guys are going to be priests. Did you know that? If they had never messed up and got kicked out the land, there's going to come a time where we still got a king sitting on the throne. And every citizen of Israel, of the children of Israel, will be to a level where you could be a priest your own. You could do the offerings now. People gonna come to you. He said, y'all gonna be a nation of priests. Everybody gonna come to you like the nation is a priest for atonement, for answers, for everything. Because that's what you go to the priest for. You go to the priest for a lot of things. Give up your tithes, to inquire of God, sin offerings, burnt offerings, trespass offerings. He said that means everybody gonna come to you, Israelites, but it is not so today. Do not expect everybody to do that because we didn't keep our part with God. So we ain't keeping our part. Who is there to go to? There's nobody to go to. The teacher not there. How you gonna learn? That's what happened. He said, you're gonna be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words which thou shalt speak unto the children of Israel. Tell them that. He said, go down there, get down that mountain, let them know that, yo, man, remember what I did in Egypt. So I tore them up with you and brought you out on my back. So if you listen to my voice and deal with my commandments, you're going to be special to me. I mean, that's the best position to be with God.
That's right.
Because now you're not gonna go through this stuff. Look. You're gonna go through it or not go through it, God gonna be with you. Put it like that. God put people through things to make miracles so that even the heathen will praise his name. Jephthah said, now I know. He said, nah, I heard enough. I heard about it. And now he said, now I know that the Lord God, he is God of gods and Lord of lords of all the earth. Moses' father-in-law said that. He didn't believe that before. But when Moses told him all the stuff that we're reading about now, because later on he went to see him as his father-in-law. He said, yo, man, God did this and God did that. Yo, he even saved me from the people. The people turned on me. And God saved me. He showed me what he looked like. He said, oh, he said, now I know. You know what? Just saying those, now I know. You know what now means? I always had doubt what I believed in. There was something missing in what I was believing in. There was something missing in this idol I'm believing in. Some things don't make sense, but I keep it back here. But since you came, Moses, and told me this, now I know. Nobody can't tell me different. That's what that means. I said, wow, look at that. But God said, I do miracles and blow the whole world up with you through my servants. I put you through the fire. And when you come out through the fire, you look like you ain't been through the fire. They said, oh, what God you said you serve again? Yeah. Yeah. To the ones who don't know this, he's a mystery God. Because amongst the people of the world, everybody knows what their God looked like. Right or wrong? Not us. I can't tell you what God looked like. There has been nobody to tell you what God looked like. Okay? But you can still get to know him. You can still get to know him. Yo, man, I had a puppy named Pinky, right?
Yeah.
And I put her in the closet. I kept her in the closet. He's my witness. I kept her in the closet. Do you know we gave that dog commands? We didn't let her out. After she got to, I kept her in there. Kept a bone hanging from the thing. One day I got out, all the commands that she learned was through the closet. Through the closet. It's like she didn't see who was giving her the command. When I bring her out, she wow. I said, Pinky, sit. She said, but I wasn't face to face with her, in her face with it. She was behind the door. She couldn't see me, but she heard me. That's all you need to do. See, and that's what God is teaching us. To hearken, listen. Stop letting this control this and this. But what we see with our eyes make us greedy, make us lust. Okay? What you see with your eyes deceive you a lot of times. Okay? And that controls your emotions and your thoughts. So God said, you know what? If I let them see me, first of all, die. The idea of a human being able to stand up physically in front of God is preposterous. People don't understand what the word God really means. Okay? Really don't. Really don't. Where I'm at.
Verse 7.
Mm-hmm.
And Moses came and called for the elders of the people and laid before their faces all these words which the Lord commanded.
Moses told him. Moses said, yo, man, this is what God just said. He said this. Blah, 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 blah. He's the mediator, Tom Street.
And all the people answered together and said, all that the Lord had spoken we would do.
That's the part you was talking about earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
They signed the contract when they did that. They said, all that the Lord, what is that? Has spoken, we will do. Meaning we're going to do that. Okay? And Moses returned the words of the people unto the Lord. Moses went back and said, yo, people say they down. It says solid. Whatever you say is solid. But they wasn't ready for when God tells them something that they don't like or don't believe. They wasn't going to follow. But at that moment, where they're at, they was going to follow. But later on, as the time passed, everybody get comfortable, and follow. Some shit.
And Moses returned the words of the people unto the Lord. And the Lord said unto Moses, lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto the Lord.
Now, God ain't gonna keep sending Moses back and forth word down. God gonna make a demonstration. He's gonna make a statement. So he told Moses what he about to do. He said, look, Moses, I'm gonna pull up. All right, I'm speaking in the modern language now. I'm gonna pull up in a thick cloud, what we call a thunder cloud, real dark. When the thunder clouds come, it gets dark, look like the sun about to go down, right? That's how it got dark. He said, I'm gonna pull up in that cloud. It's gonna get dark. Usually, you would think angels are gonna sing, little birds is gonna fly, little kids is gonna. No, this is the dreadful one. It's not a game. It's not a joke. When he come, it's gonna look like something gonna burst out the sky and destroy the earth. He said, and the people, he said, I come into thee in a thick cloud that the people may hear when I speak with thee. I am going to speak with you in front of these people so that when you speak, they will believe you forever. I'm gonna validate you in front of the people because they gotta speak with you. You the one gonna be spending that time with them. You the one gonna be doing that. So my man told the woman, he said, look, man, he said, that's my house. He said, we live together in that house, right? She said, yeah. He said, look, my sons gotta do what you say. And those is not their mother, but that's his wife. He said, whatever, he said, he told him, he said, whatever she say is as if I said it. So that's what God is doing here with Moses. He said, I'm gonna come down and display some awesome stuff in front of them, and they're gonna be scared to death. And I'm gonna kick it with you though. I'm gonna make you come close to where the action at. Where there's I'm too scared to go. I'm gonna die if I go over there. Moses walks up in it, and God talks to him like it ain't nothing. They have to see that so that they will obey Moses. They have to see that. Yo, man, listen, this is my right hand man. Yo, hold on, everybody. This guy right here, this is my enforcer. Okay? This is my enforcer. Whatever, once I'm not around, he run it. Whatever he say, my word is the only word that could break his word. You know what that means? You gotta do whatever look, I don't like that dude, but guess what? You got to listen to him. Because it's not about what you like. By you could keep not liking him. Keep that attitude, keep that emotion. Just do what the man say. Because you're honoring God. You're honoring the head. You're honoring father. You're honoring mama. You know what I'm saying? It's the same structure in the police. The police in the precinct. They got rank and file. They got rank and file. And when they get a new commanding officer, this guy's new second in command, they bring him in. Hey, come here. This is your second in command officer here. I want you to give him the same treatment and all that you give me. Now, if he come and say something, they run out here. Look, little kids do that now. Little kids go to school and they act up. They say, look, I'm going to call your mother. He said, so what? Call her. I don't care. That's the behavior that God is eradicating right now by doing this with Moses and the people. Because Moses gonna do certain things and drop certain things, and it's all coming from me. I ain't gotta be there. Yeah, but man, listen. They told me, hey, I'm calling your parents. I peed on myself. Right, son? I said, oh no. I'm sorry. I said, I'm sorry. The teacher. I said, I'm sorry. I'll make it up. Look, I'm not lying to you. I'm urinating on myself. There's little spurts coming out because I know I'm in trouble. They not playing. They didn't send me to school for that. And they enforce the discipline. Parents don't enforce the discipline.
No, they don't.
And when we try to enforce it, it's always somebody.
It's a problem.
It's not a stranger. It's not a stranger. Strangers be like, that's right. That's right. It's a family member that's always cuddling the man, the little boy. It's always a family member. Oh, you should mind your business, man. Because when these guys get a certain age and they get out of hand, you gonna call me. And the only thing for me to do is put them down. And it's gonna hurt me to do that.
They want to treat their parents like that and think they can treat you like that.
No, man, no.
Bend you up. You get bent up.
Yo, I used to always tell my sons, mind your business. I said, yo, mind your business. What you mean, Abba? Well, me and your mother.
Facts.
Mind your business. Mind your business. You remember? Because they'll get it. Whoa. Mind your business. I don't get into it with you and your baby mama. That's why I tell my son, stay out of my business. I don't get into it with you and your baby mama. And they don't do that. They don't have no
They don't like listening to their parents no more, man. It's like they don't love their parents no more.
No, that's the fad. That's the new wave.
You don't love somebody outside quicker than your own parents, your own father, your own mother. There's no love. I see it. He'll come in your house and tell you what he gonna do and not do. If you let him,
New wave.
if you let him, if you let her.
New wave. That's a new wave.
Yeah.
That's not, yo. And yo, I'm gonna quote your words. Chief Mara. This is why the young today die early and horribly. That's why. They said that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Now look. Right now, wherever we at, God gave us to live. We surviving. It ain't Israel no more. But your days will be longer. You cut your days short. One dude said, F his father. He said, F my pops. So you know what I said? I said, I feel the same way about you. But if you said about your father, who am I? I feel the same way about you. And I told the father, don't make him come back around here no more. I ain't jacking it. Because you're not going to come around me. You tried it a couple of times. And hey, dot. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want your kind around me. You know what you're saying when you say that?
Yeah, man.
If you had a gun, you would shoot him. That's hatred. That's hate.
I want that girlfriend know tonight.
Come on, man.
Sure, he said he should.
How you can't have, man? No.
Whoa.
You know what's supposed to be? You know what I'm supposed to hear? Nah, my dad mad at me right now. He ain't talking to me right now.
Right.
My mother not talking to me right now.
I'm not talking to them.
I'm not talking to them. You're a
I'm
bugging.
not talking to
No,
them.
no, you're a bugging.
Y'all take turns not talking to your mother. Imagine that. We take turns not talking to our mother.
Oh, so I'm cool with Ima right now.
Think about it.
But you not.
Come on.
Then I'm not cool with Ima. I ain't talking to Ima. And then you are.
Come on.
And then when you not cool, then he's
Come on. Man.
somebody gonna die.
Come on.
And
Man.
these are people that got children.
Come on, man.
I'm waiting for them to get up their age.
It's the same treatment in
Watch they complain. Watch you hear them cry out. These are the same people that's gonna cry out.
Yes.
And they're gonna get it worse.
They're gonna get it
It's
worse.
happening
Because you
now.
show no mercy. It's starting already, huh?
It's happening now,
Look at
Johnny.
that. It's already starting.
It's happening now, Johnny.
See?
Right now.
Nah, that's not good, man. And it's not just a lot of these laws in here, it's universal too, man. You got people out there that don't get down like that. And they don't know this God. They don't know that you're a living God.
You're right.
What about them? And you know better? And the people that saying that know better. You was not taught nothing different. Yo, you gotta watch that, man. You got kids. You just bought yourself a ticket for that child to curse itself and turn on you the same way you turned on. You see the cycle? That's why we got so many demons today. Everybody want to be a demon. Everybody want to be a ghoul and a goblin. We have been demonized. That's what happened. First feminized, then demonized. That's what you got walking around here today now. Verse 10.
And the Lord said unto Moses, go unto the people and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the third day.
All right, so they wash their clothes, they stay clean and be ready, because 3 days from now, what's going to happen?
For the third day, the Lord will come down in the sight of all the people upon
God
Sinai.
is coming down from his eternal throne. God is, we read earlier, he said the heavens is his throne and the earth his footstool. So the footstool is down there. He about to pull up. He about to come down and descend upon the planet. We're in a mountain there. In 3 days, get ready. You got to get ready for this. Why? Because the people have to be separated. They have to be holy. They can't be unclean. They can't have been. But once you've been with a woman, your woman, any woman, you're unclean. Okay? Because when your semen, when your sperm comes forth from you, when you ejaculate, you become what is called unclean. It's something in the spirit that God sees. It's like dirt that he sees on you in the spirit, but you can't see it. Okay? That's unclean. To get that off, you have to go in the shower. She gotta go in the shower and wash from head to toe, flesh to flesh, your whole body. Okay? Whatsoever the sperm touch it, the sheep, this, that, whatever, that must be washed also. And after you wash, after everything, you're unclean. You're still unclean until the sun go down, when it get dark. And when it get dark, you're good now. I cannot, and I will not explain more and go into depth in that, because the rest you got to get from God. God can explain to you what it looked like, what uncleanness looked like in the spirit. He can explain that to you. I can't. All I know is he says we're unclean. Something about my spirit is not clean. And it doesn't have to do with dirt. My hands are washed, but I'm still unclean because of certain acts. Every time you have sex, you get unclean, the man and the woman. And whatsoever the seed of copulation is the man's seed, whatever it touches. Once it comes forth from the man, you're automatically unclean. Even if you had a wet dream. Once it comes forth, you're unclean. Whatever you had on and it touches, you wash. And the woman also. So these are things that nobody in the world do. Tell me, brother, have you ever heard this? Have you ever heard of anybody making it a rule that when you have sex, both parties have to wash from head to toe? There's no rule like that. It's unheard of. This is what I'm talking about. These are the things make you holy.
So imagine you're the only person in this world doing
That do it. You're the only one that's doing it.
Not even other religions.
No, nobody's doing it. That's why you don't do nobody. Yeah, nobody's doing it. You just said you never heard that before, right? You never will. Only here you will hear things like that. Okay? If a man sell his daughter, only here you're going to hear, thou shalt not steal. There's no other book that tell you that. I don't want to hear about the Quran. Quran say, if a man steal for food, then you got to do this to him and this to him. You know what I'm saying? If he didn't, then you cut his hand off. God don't say that. God don't say that. What other book has a detail of who created the heavens and earth and this universe and all life in existence and where death came from? There's no other. All the sources is right here in the Old Testament. Okay? That's where the answer's at. He said, be ready against the third day, for the third day will come down, and I will come down in the sight of the Lord, in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai, and thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, take heed to yourselves, and if you go not up into the mountain. Now, at the bottom of the mountain, this wall here, this is the mountain. It's the bottom of the mountain. They're not right here, right up next to the mountain. There's a lot of space, probably half a mile to a mile space out. And then he put the boundaries. You know when they're having a parade and they take the police barricades, right? That's what he did. He barricaded far from the bottom of the mountain, far from there, and then he barricaded that area. And then they got to stay far from the barricade. I'm going to show you the reason why they got to stay so far. Read.
And thou shalt set bounds unto the people round about, saying, take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up into the mountain.
Be careful. Watch yourselves. Don't play no games and go close to the mountain. Why?
Or touch the border of it.
Or touch the border. The border is the barricade. Don't even get near the border. Why?
Whosoever toucheth the mount shall be surely put to death.
You're gonna die. This is God speaking. God says straight up and down. Whoever come close to the bounds, whoever get close to touch the mount, whoever get within this restricted area is gonna die. Tell you.
They shall not inherit touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the trumpet sounded long, they shall come up to the mount.
He said, you're gonna hear some trumpets. You're gonna hear a sound like trumpets. When you hear that, he said, you what?
Come up to the mount.
Come up. You come up to the designated area.
And Moses went down from the mount unto the people and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes.
He sanctified them by them washing their clothes, staying away from getting unclean, okay, doing regular things. He kept them from that so that they would be holy, separate from their usual doings when God come around.
And he said unto the people, be ready against the third day. Come not at your wives.
See, come not at your wives. Be ready at the third day. So from now till that, from here on, you can't mess with your wife right now.
And it came to pass on the third day in the morning that there were thunders and lightning and a thick cloud upon the mountain, and the voice of a trumpet exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled.
When the third day came, morning time come, usually the sun come out and get bright, right? But morning time came, it got darker and darker and darker and darker, like it was still nighttime. And then it was thunders and lightning. And this one particular thick cloud came down out of the sky and went on top of the mountain and covered the mountain. Now you can't see the mountain because of the cloud. It's dark, it's black. While that's happening, they hear trumpets. Sound like somebody's blowing a trumpet. But ain't no human being blowing it. It's the angel of the Lord blowing. It's their voices. But to us, it sounds like trumpets. But they don't have breath. They ain't got no big giant trumpet up there blowing it. They've made their voices sound. They can make their appearance, voices, anything appear how they want to appear to us. So when the angels lifted up their voice towards God, it sounded like a trumpet, and it got louder and louder. Okay? This is where kings get it from. All right? Even today, the president, when they announce the president in the White House, the House Speaker, is the one who announced, the president of the United States. And they play, dun, 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 right? That always get played when who come? The president, the king, the one in charge. Back in the days when kings come, you got two dudes on the side, big long trumpets. And you know what that is? Alerting everybody to assemble before the king. That's what the trumpets mean. It's an alarm, meaning to assemble before the leader, and that's what's happening there. Tamshi.
And Moses brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with God, and they stood at another part of the mount.
It said the voice, see, of the trumpet, the sound that they heard that sounded like a trumpet was so loud. It got louder and it got louder and it kept getting louder. He said that all the people, they trembled. They got scared. They started getting, say, yo, man, what is this? I thought we was here to meet God. What is this? Tough shit.
And Mount Sinai was altogether on the smoke, because the Lord descended upon it in fire.
God descended upon it in the form of fire. That's what they saw. And now the whole mountain is on fire. I have never seen a mountain on fire. Oh, the whole mountain. You know how big they are? You know how huge mountains are? They're bigger than cities. You know why I say that?
They're tall.
When you see them tall buildings and skyscrapers, behind that, you see mountains, big giant mountains. These are big. They're huge. God came down and lit it on fire. Now it's on fire. Everything is shaking. The thunder, the lightning never stops, and it's not raining. Ain't no rain falling. But there's a lot of thunder and a lot of lightning, a lot of rumbling. And people are scared. Right? Tom Sheep.
And the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly.
The whole mountain was on a smoke. It got real smoky. When you light something and it start to catch fire, where the smoke go? Up.
Mm-hmm.
And it went up. Now that's a big giant smoke. From far away, it looked like somebody sent up the biggest sacrifice in the world. It went up like a furnace, like a chimney. It went up. Tom Sheep.
And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long and waxed louder and louder, Moses spake, and God answered him by a voice.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord came down upon the Mount Sinai on the top of the mount, and the Lord called Moses up to the top of the mount, and Moses went up.
Now, here, while all of that is going on, the mountain is on fire. If anybody come near it, they gonna get caught. They gonna get shot, stoned through, catch a blaze. They gonna die. Moses didn't die. God called Moses and told him to come up into the mountain. Do you know how long it takes to get to the top of the mountain?
Very long.
Who said that? Yes, brother. Very long. They call it hiking. Hiking. It's a very dangerous, they call it a sport. It's very dangerous. Yeah. Look, I used to work in the mountains. I had to be careful. Because a certain time, look, in the mountain, everything go up. After a while, you see it go up. But you don't notice it. Because it look like you're on the ground. But when you get to a certain height, you can turn around and look and see the tops of trees all the way down there. All the way down there.
How much did you fall?
That's how high that mountain is. The whole mountain is on fire. God torched it. And it's jumping. And it's jumping at the same time. Because it's hot. It's like, ooh, that hurt. That's what the mountain is jumping. Okay? The people are scared. And God said, Moses, come here, let me talk to you. And Moses said, I'll be right back, y'all. And he went and he walked up in there. He walked up in there, yeah. He walked up in that mountain. The mountain was on fire. But he didn't burn because God didn't let him burn. Tom Sheep.
And the Lord said unto Moses, Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze, and many of them perish.
He said, go down. He said, look, stop this right now. Get down there. He said, and stop them, because some of them in their heads, they're trying to peek. They want to get closer to the mountain so they can get in the cloud and look and see what God looked like. They want to see what God looked like. Okay? Tom Sheep. When he said, get down, charge the people, lest they break through unto the Lord to gaze. Gaze means that, oh, wow, look at that. Wow. Gazing, peeping, Toming, to look, to set his eyes on. He said, because what they're going to see, they're going to be, man, might hypnotize them. They're going to die. They're not supposed to see what God don't want them to see. They're not supposed to see God. So go down there now and stop them. Uh-huh.
And let the priests also which come near to the Lord sanctify themselves, lest the Lord break forth upon them. And Moses said unto the Lord, The people cannot come up to Mount Sinai, but thy charges are saying, Set bounds about the mountain and sanctify it.
So Moses is saying, but they can't come. I got the boundaries there. The boundaries that you told me to put, I put that there, Tom Sheep.
And the Lord said unto him, Away, get thee down.
God said, no, still look. Don't our parents do that?
Get on my face. I'm on Facebook, do what I said. That's basically what God told me. Away. That's the first thing he said. Away.
Man,
Get out
get
my
out
face.
of here, man. You heard
Away.
what I just told you, man. Don't look. My parents did it to me. I did it to my kids. I tell them to do something. They say, yeah, but I did what you. I said, look, man.
Get out.
Look. I just go, look, man. Just go ahead. Bro. I was. That's where I get it from. I would say, look, man. Yeah, that's where I get it from. But this is what he did. He said, yo, man, away, get thee down, and thou shalt come up, thou and Aaron with thee. But let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto the Lord, lest he break forth. So even Aaron got some play. He said, you and Aaron can come, but nobody else. Nobody else. Not even the priest. Not even the breed of the priest. Just you and Aaron. Aaron is the high priest. He's the only one in that position. He's the one who taught all the other priests. And there's certain things that the high priest do that nobody do. There's certain things that just Aaron did. You see that stuff when he said about blessing the people? That's in the book.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord make his face to shine upon you. We can't do that. We cannot bless people. You can only bless your children. We cannot bless people. You can only bless God's name. Blessed be the name of the Lord all the time. You bless God's name all the time. That's mandatory. That's the first thing you do before your prayer come out. All right? And you bless your children. That's valid. That's valid. You can't bless nothing else. But say, yo, Mick, yeah, because I know you Israelite, so I need you to come to my house. I just got a new house. She said, what? She said, I want you to bless the house for me. I know what that means because I see Christians do it. They get a priest, and he come, and he get to the front of the house, and he start doing the signs with his hands. He cross himself. He start crossing everywhere, and start saying, I ain't doing that. Ain't nothing in this Old Testament that says about blessing the house. God said, if you follow my commandments and keep my commandments, I will bless your household. I will bless you. I will bless your cattle. I will bless the fruit of your kind. I will bless this. I will bless everything about you. Gonna get blessed. The blessing, I will give you the blessing. I can't go about that. No. That's rituals. That's rituals. High-end rituals. And that stuff people get paid for too. People don't even know the reason why they do stuff like that is you get a lot of money. Imagine you're a fake priest. All priests are fake because they don't serve the real God. They're all fake. But they do services for people. Funerals. Weddings. Funerals, weddings. Sweet 16s.
What does that mean?
Quinceaneras. Anniversaries. New Year's Eve. A lot of times people go to the church for New Year's. They don't go party. They go to the church there. And that guy blesses them. And do you know one time we went to, Shaman, you remember, man? We went to, I'm going to put you on. That's why I said not everybody's correct, man. It's Israelites. He said, okay, we're gonna visit these brothers here. We went there, me, Shaman, Mahaba. We're sitting down. The guy that's teaching gets up. You know what he says? He said, come and bow before me. And he got his hands like this. If you want to be blessed by Jake, you know who Jake is? The cross. That white dude on the cross that doesn't exist. And they were Israelites. And people were getting up and going over there and bowing down. And me, my father, and my brother were the only ones in the crowd, still sitting. Right? So I looked at my father like, what we gonna do? I know we already know this is crazy, it's ridiculous violation going on. My father said, yo, ready to go? I said, yo, out. While we're walking out, the guy that's doing this, he looked at us and said, don't run from salvation. I don't want to tell you what my father said. I'll tell you that tonight too. He said something, but I can't say it now.
Yo, man, listen. And I remember the faces of those people that was there. I stayed far away from them. I don't want to marry their daughters. And I ain't marrying my sons into their family either. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.